Second class, really a striking cow. When she walks in, she gets your attention. Of course, she's presented really nice, but I like how refined she is in her teat size. Really a high quality udder. She's doing a really, really good job with this heifer calf. Heifer's going to have a lot of shape and dimension to her with some added look. A very nice pair here again. Two very nice single entries to this point.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Out of Class 2, first place went to McCoy Blackbird, 99.61. Congratulations to Taylor Olson of La Grande, Oregon. We're now going to bring those two first placings in, and our judge, Mr. Hoffman, will select his grand and reserve grand champion cow-calf pairs. Well, over in the red Angus ring, we do have your first class in the ring. This is Class 1 May Heifer Calves.
Two really high quality females with calves in their own right here, but I think when they come back out, the cow that puts up the most goods, the young man's here out of the second class, she'll be your champion. The young lady up front will be reserved. There's just so much more power. There's more female there. She's more refined in her teats. Just a really high quality female. The Stang sure got that presence when you get out here. I like the size and the shape of this reserve female as well. Like her capacity. I think she's more appropriate in some areas, but it's pretty hard to beat the presence and how striking this pair is that wins.
Well, congratulations in our junior Angus ring, your champion cow-calf pair coming out of Class 2. Congratulations will go to Taylor Olson of La Grande, Oregon with McCoy Blackbird, 99.61. And reserve champion is going to go to CFC Jody 018, exhibited by Lauren Crosswaite of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Well, back over in ring one, we're going to get back started with your junior Angus show. First class in the ring, and your female show right now is class 3.
Really nice single entry, and I think this heifer's just going to get better and better. Really got a neat set to her neck. It ties in high to her shoulder with as much depth as she's got to. She's still pretty bold sprung. Good from her hooks to her pins. I think she'll go ahead and stouten up as she gets older. Just a really, really high quality female. It sure could have stood a lot of competition here.
Well, good morning. Sorry I took a little extra time. There's quite a few different types and kinds over here on the Red Angus side. The young lady I started with, this heifer, to me, she's one of the boldest sprung, stoutest made heifers down her top and into her quarter. Heifer really gets out and meets her track. She's adequate bone. She's good foot shape. Really elegant up through that front 1/3 for as much power as she has from shoulders back. Just a really high quality female. If you want to get nitpicking on her, she maybe gets a little opened up and tracks plenty wide for this stage of the game when you watch her go away. But the heifer's got a lot of body, a lot of muscle, really attractive female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a little bit different type and kind, and I'll be the first to say, she's probably pushing the envelope for condition for me today on a May heifer calf, but a heifer that's really good in her underline. She's bold sprung, she's big ribbed, she's really good in her spine. Heifer maybe gives up a little muscle down into her quarter and into her stifle, but a heifer's a long strided heifer. Out here, it's a little deep, this footing is this morning. It's a little hard to get a good read on their ankles and pasterns, but I think that heifer's really sound in her own right. The young lady's heifer that comes in next is a heifer that maybe just gives up that shape when you study her from behind. A heifer that's really high quality as far as her presence and elegance. A heifer that's really cool up through her front end. I'd like to maybe pick her up in her pin set ever so slightly. She gets a little bit ducked in her pins when you put her in motion. She wants to get up there around her hook bones. But a heifer that's really up-headed, really elegant, sound-moving female, adequate foot and bone, just a nice high-quality female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next is maybe a little raw in her overall composition compared to them that come in front of her, but a heifer that's bold sprung. She's level spine. She has some muscle shape. She gets a little coarse in her hock, and maybe I'd like to pull her knee back in her ever so slightly, but a heifer that sure balances up and has some quality about her. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that really, really tremendous from the side. A heifer that to me, she just needs to drop down in her center portion of her body. She's really long and level through her hip and her spine, really elegant up through her front end. I'd just like to soften her up, maybe let her go with a little more ease and comfort off that front too. She wants to paddle just ever so slightly, but a nice female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, probably the higher performing female of the class, a little bigger frame, a little longer bodied. Heifer that's got a lot to her. I'd just like to make her just balance up and read just a little better in her line. She wants to get a little rounder in her hip. Heifer gets a little short when you put her in motion. Probably give her a little bit more bone to go with that composition of body. Young man's heifer that comes in next is just a little bit shallower bodied heifer. She's got some muscle. She has some bone and some foot. I'd just like to drop her down in the center portion of her body, make her balance up. Next heifer that comes in, she wants to get a little up in her spine. When you put her in motion, a little planer up through that front 1/3. The next heifer, kind of the same song and dance. She wants to get a little roach, gets up underneath her. Sure like to free her up ever so slightly. Heifer that's got some red meat about her and some shape, I just like to balance her up and give her a little more eye appeal. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's really good in her line. She just gives up the muscle and power and balance. I'd sure like to drop her down in the center 1/3 of her body. She gets a little plainer up through that chest, neck, and head, but a heifer that just needs a little bit more red meat. And that's kind of the same song and dance with the heifer that rounds out the class. If we could just soften her up in the center portion of her body, level her out in her spine, give her a little tidiness up through that front 1/3. Congratulations, awful nice class of females to start this show.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2 results of your first class of Red Angus females. These will be May heifer calves. First place and congratulations exhibited by Olivia Naylor of Connorsville, Indiana. Second place exhibited by Avery McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. Third place in that class went to Lauren Wolter of Aviston, Illinois. Fourth place was exhibited by Tegan Lee of Plaza, North Dakota. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Tucker Beyer of Ringgold, Wisconsin. Sixth place, Macy Weems of Eustis, Texas. Seventh place in that class, and congratulations to Caden Kephart. Eighth place was exhibited by Cooper McSparren. Ninth place in that class, and congratulations goes to Caleb Williams. 10th place was exhibited by TLC Livestock, and 11th to Shady Bottom Red Angus. Now in Ring 2, bringing Class 2A. These will be April heifer calves.
What an exciting class to get this heifer calf division really going here. Heifer wins the class I see the most future in. Dang sure the kind I think a lot of us would like to go ahead and feed and make a yearling out of. She's very youthful. She's extended up through that front end. Gets off of her shoulder as good as any of the top four for sure. Like how she is through her spine. Think she's got plenty to her for this stage in her life. Very, very high quality female. A little bit more refined and just a little more feminine than our heifer here in second. I like this heifer a lot. Like a lot of things about her. Maybe like change her through her head just a little bit. She's a little bit more clubby, I guess, than the heifer that wins the class. But when you put her into motion, she really sorts herself up there. When she'll work with this young lady and just get out and go, I think she's excellent on her feet and legs. Got a lot of body to her, a lot of shape over her top and through her hip. I just don't see her as feminine as our class winner. The heifer here in third, excellent presentation. Like a lot of things about her. I see this heifer getting pretty steep up through her front third as she develops and comes into that yearling stage. Like to relax her there a little bit. In her next set, got a tremendous amount of shape and hip to her. Good enough on her feet and legs. Just primarily like change her through her front third. The heifer here in fourth, a lot the same way. She needs relaxed up off that front end. She's really kind of wanting to just kind of stick those hind legs into the ground. Not as fluent as what I'd like. She kind of jabs them in there. A lot of body to her. A lot of shape. Really good kind of a heifer. Maybe like to see just a little bit more future in her. More like our class winner. Same with the young man's heifer here. This heifer's a little bit straighter fronted. Gets a little bit more narrow chested. Wants to splay out off of those front two. Good body. Good shape to her. Maybe doesn't have quite the future. Even to this heifer that follows him. I like this heifer a lot. I like her youthfulness. I like her presentation. I like how she looks. The question is she going to maintain enough body and depth in that twist as she develops and gets older? I don't know if she's got quite as much to her as some of these heifers or ever will, but I do like the freshness and the eye appeal of this heifer. Heifer that follows her just a little bit tighter in her spine, a little bit more tubular in her rib, got a lot of shape, much style anything in the class, just won't relax and put it together like some of the other heifers. Nice heifer calf here. This heifer too, she's a little bit more choppy in her stride, like to loosen her up. Tremendous amount of muscle in her, just like to blend it together in a more feminine package. Heifers that conclude the class, excellent heifers. And if this is how it's going to be all day and you can conclude with heifers this high quality, you got an excellent show here. This heifer here is just a little bit straighter in her shoulder. She's tighter in that forerib. She's just kind of rounder, more tubular throughout. Unbelievable shape to her pins, lots of muscle, just more relaxed, I guess, in her spine than the heifer that concludes the class. This heifer's a little bit quicker pattern, pretty straight off of both ends, and like to make her more feminine and pick that front end up a little bit. But tons of shape and body, super high quality class.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. We have the results from Class 4 here in your heifer show. First place in congratulations, bred and owned by Ann Dameron of Towanda, Illinois, will be Dameron C5, Lucy, 2242. Second place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Skylar Dawn Ward of New Paris, Ohio, with WB Princess 227. Third place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California, with Seldom Rest Sandy Joe, 2123. Fourth place was exhibited by Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Nolan Dane of Dearborn, Missouri. Sixth place, exhibited by Gentry Sullivan of Lawton, Oklahoma. Seventh place, exhibited by Keely Scholes of Danielsville, Georgia. Eighth place in that class, and congratulations will go to Reese McKenzie Anderson of Chrisman, Illinois. Ninth place, exhibited by Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. In 10th place in that class, and congratulations goes to Bracy Leanne Cagle. Next class here in Ring 1 will be Class 5 here in your Junior Angus show.
Well, an interesting class over here on the red side. It's a little give and take for me. This heifer I'm going to start with, the heifer just shoulders back, is the most complete female out here. She's really good in her spine, really good hooks to pins, awesome in her body, awesome in her underline, sound, good footed, good legged. I'll be the first to admit she's a little plainer up through that neck and that head. I'd like to lengthen her out from the top of her pole to the top of her blades, but a heifer's got a lot of good and a lot of maternal look to her. Young man's heifer that comes in next, heifer that's got as much power and dimension as any heifer when you study her from behind. Maybe gives up a little center body compared to that one in front of her. Maybe isn't quite as smooth and good behind that shoulder and into that forerib. Heifer maybe gets a little coarse up through that neck and head and the top of that crest of that neck, but two awfully high quality females. I was having a hard time reading this heifer. She's kind of jumping around and acting a fool out here. But the more I study this heifer's got some very unique pieces about her. The young lady gets her set up, and she'll give you a star-strutted look from the side there. She's bold sprung. She's good in her spine. She wants to stab a little bit off her rear, too. I'd like to maybe give her a little more chest width. She wants to get a little bit of the same hole on them front two legs. But a heifer, I think, has got a really big future. I just like to change her maybe on them front knees just ever so slightly. Young man's heifer that comes in next, just a bold sprung, high performing, long bodied heifer. Heifer maybe just gives up some muscle shape when you study her from behind down into her quarter and stifle. She wants to hawk in ever so slightly and kind of kick them out a little bit outside of herself when you study her going away. But a heifer that's sure got some body and some rib and some length about her. Young man's heifer that comes in next probably gives up that width and that dimension when you study her from behind. A heifer that's good in the center portion of her body. She's good in her spine. She too wants to hawk in just ever so slightly. Maybe just needs to have a little more base width down low, a little more shape and turn into that quarter. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, heifer that maybe just gets a little straighter off both ends of her skeleton, maybe gives up that softness in that center portion of her body. She wants to get just a little bit roached up in her top and wants to duck her pins. But a heifer, I'd sure like to soften her up, maybe just loosen her up in that hock. Next heifer that comes in line, probably one of the heaviest muscled, stoutest made heifers in the class. Heifer I'd just sure like to balance up. Maybe let her go off them rear two with a little more ease and comfort. She gets to want to duck in her pins, and she gets pretty masculine from one end to the other, but a heifer that's got a lot of red meat and muscle about her. Young man's heifer that comes in next, just a little bit of a parallel-bodied heifer for me. I'd like to see a little more turn and shape in that lower rib cage, maybe just free her up on both ends of her skeleton. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's really elegant from the side, really long neck, really fresh in her overall composition. Heifer that's got some length of spine. I just like to soften her up from one end to the other, maybe pull her apart, give her a little more dimension when you see her from behind. She wants to hawk in just ever so slightly going away from you. The next three in line, three heifers that just kind of run out of balance and eye appeal. They just need to soften up in their center portions of their body, maybe let them go off both ends of their skeleton with just a little more ease and comfort at the surface. Congratulations, awfully challenging class.
It's a little bit more of a struggle over here on the Angus side than our last class. I don't think it lays itself out with as many good options on the front. The heifer wins the class might not be my type exactly, but I do think, well, there's no question, she's the most complete. Got a lot of shape to her, got a lot of hip to her. Dang sure like to take a little bit of condition out of this female for being this young, and I'd like to lengthen her out and pick her neck set up just a little bit. But I think when you put her into motion, she's so rock solid, she's awfully hard to beat. The heifer here in second, when you get off of her a little bit, she can look pretty stringy. But I do think she's got enough to her for the future. But I think a big thing, what gets her up where it does is just the foot quality, how square she is in her structure off of those front two. And that's really a determining factor, particularly this class. This heifer is ultra lean and fancy up through that front end. Love the condition and the composition of this heifer for right now. I see her making a great yearling if she has enough body as she goes forward. But all the design is there, and the youthfulness and the character and just that elegance up through that front third. I think she's pretty darn good. This heifer in third matches her in some ways, but I think there's a fine line between femininity and being too refined. This heifer's too refined for me. Up through that head, just kind of a little bit narrow up through that muzzle, a lot finer boned, a lot higher in that twist, narrower through her quarter. But I think that's a heifer from the side that's beautiful and very striking, but she just needs more power. And I'm not saying we got to go to the degree of this heifer here in fourth. This heifer's got a tremendous amount of shape. I almost think it works against her because she wants to twist out up in that front end, pretty straight in that shoulder, just kind of coarse and rigid throughout. And then we keep breaking types through this class, but when you sort them on structure and just fundamentals, I think they sort themselves rather nicely. I really want to like this heifer a lot here in fourth, and on the standstill I do. When you get her out and go, she's just a little bit straighter fronted. She too is a little bit tighter spine like that heifer that placed ahead of you. I'd just like to loosen her up just a little bit. Maybe she will. Maybe this is her first show and she's wanting to fight it. I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt, but I can't today. The heifer that follows her, tremendous makings of a yearling here. Very good on her feet and legs. Young man does a good job showing her. Really neat and feminine up through that front third. Got some length and some extension. Just need to power her up just a little bit, and we'll see what she does down the road. Heifers that conclude the class probably got as much shape and rib and just overall boldness of any of the heifers in here. Problem is they just don't line up quite right structurally. They're tighter in those hips. They're a little bit straighter up in the front third. What breaks the pair is the body. The young lady that gets ahead of the young lady that concludes the class, she's just got a little bit more depth to her, a little bit bolder sprung. This heifer's just plenty tight enough, but you sure got to appreciate all the shape and dimension these females got, and with that, she can still move pretty good. Really nice class.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the red Angus ring. Results of Class 2A. First place was exhibited by Daniel Johnson of Winchester, Kentucky, with SGCC 354A KC 208K. Second place, and congratulations. We'll go to Tucker Beyer of Ringgold, Wisconsin, with TC Sugar K78. Third place in that class was exhibited by Ross Wheeler of Paris, Missouri. Fourth place, exhibited by Landon Gallion of Bonham, Texas. Fifth place, and congratulations, goes to Luke Borkland of Henning, Minnesota. Sixth place in that class was exhibited by Avery McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. Seventh place, exhibited by Zachary Griffith of Marietta, Oklahoma. Eighth place in that class, and congratulations, will go to Trip Berna of Stroud, Oklahoma. Ninth place in that class, exhibited by Mara Turner. 10th place, exhibited by Colton Jones. 11th, Journey Shankles. And 12th place in that class, congratulations to Callie Sheeing. Now over here in ring 2, we have Class 2B, April Heifer Calves. Back over in your junior Angus ring, ring 1, we have the results from Class 5. First place, and congratulations, goes to Sydney Pearl Johnson of Orlando, Oklahoma, with a J&J Frontier Gal 253. Second place in that class was exhibited by Kai Lenbauer of Palmyra, Missouri. Third place in that class was exhibited by Austin Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana. Fourth place, exhibited by Taylor Martin of Dalhart, Texas. Fifth place went to Jalen Wolfinger of Lexington, Nebraska. Sixth place in Class 5 here in your Angus ring went to Brant Pettigrew of Columbia City, Indiana. Seventh place, and congratulations, goes to Sache Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri. And eighth place in that class, congratulations, Emma Grace Nowotny of New Braunfels, Texas. Now in ring 1, we have Class 6 here in your junior Angus ring.
Oh, good class over here on the red side. Young lady's black-headed heifer, black-tinged heifer I used to start this class. A heifer that's just really, really neat from the side. She's really good in the center portion of her body. I love her spine and her hip when you put her in motion. She's got a good foot. She's adequate bone. She gets a little bit narrow-chested, if you will, and she gets a little close together up front, but really elegant up through that front 1/3. Just an awfully high-quality, easy start for me. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, really fresh in her overall makeup. She's maybe a little bit deeper necked, maybe just not quite as bold sprung in the center portion of her body, but a heifer that's good in her spine. She is a little bit better in her chest floor and maybe off her front too, but a heifer I'd just like to open her up in that rib cage, give her a little more shape, maybe just tidy up in that neck just ever so slightly. Young man's heifer that comes in next, she's more into like type and kind like the heifer I used, really bold sprung. She's good in her spine. She wants to get a little bit underneath herself when you put her in motion and duck her pins. She gets a little bit too narrow chested and wants to toe out, and her front two kind of come out of the same hole, but an awfully high quality female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that just gives up some body and some mass compared to them in front of her. Heifer I'd sure like to rock her knee back into her. She gets a little steep and straight off them front two when you put her in motion. The young man's heifer coming in next, just a moderate frame, stout built heifer. I think could go out and make a good cow, just a little bit plainer in her overall composition. She's a little thicker and deeper necked for me. Heifer that sure got some red meat and some muscle and some turn to that rib cage. Young man's heifer that comes in next just doesn't have quite the mass and maybe the body and the balance that the ones in front of her have. She too, she's sound moving. She's a little bit finer and refined on that bone and foot, but a heifer that's got some neat lines about her. The two that round out the class, they get a little straighter and steeper on both ends of their skeleton for me. I'd sure like to maybe just free them up on their motion, maybe just soften them up, give them a little more width when you study them from behind. Nice class of females. Congratulations.
A nice pair of heifer calves that look like calves here to go ahead and start this class. I like these females quite a bit. I think they're good for now, and I think their best days are ahead of them in a lot of ways. This heifer that wins the class probably got a little bit more size and scale than this heifer here in second. And she's a little bigger footed. She's got more depth to that heel. I like this heifer quite a bit. I'd maybe like to refine her just a little bit in her head, make her a little bit more feminine there. But I think she wins the class just because she is the most complete. And on top of that, she probably moves around as good as any of them. She's got a lot of natural shape to her. She's got a lot up high, got enough down low for now. Maybe pull her out just a little bit in that stifle, lower stifle, but I think that's an awfully good heifer. The heifer here in second, and sometimes it's hard to match type and kind because of the give and take a different class brings you. This heifer here in second, I think, is going to get awfully good as days go on. You got a really good heifer bot, and it looks like you're doing a good job. And if you keep working the way you are on her and everything comes together, you're going to have a lot of fun with this heifer. She is more refined up through her head and neck than that class winner, just not quite as much of her. She's not pulled apart as much up high and between her blades and in that forerib. But you got a really good heifer that's good enough on her feet and legs. One other small thing that gets you second today is your heifer's just a little bit more narrow-chested, wants to play out a little bit more off those front two, but that's nitpicking because that's two really good kinds of a female there. The heifer here in third is a little bit more awkward than the two that start the class. I like a lot of things about this heifer, primarily on the standstill I like her. She's a little bit lower fronted. She's a little bit straighter in that hock, and it won't quite give as much as some of the heifers, even on either side of her, as she goes. Some of these problems I think this heifer might have now, I don't think really generally get better as time goes. She's a big scaled heifer that's got a tremendous amount of depth to her. Presentation's phenomenal. There's a lot of really good things to this heifer, but she doesn't fit together, doesn't have the type and kind or the style of two heifers ahead of her. There's just enough more bone and foot under her, though, to go ahead and get over this heifer here in fourth. This heifer's just a little bit rounder, She's a little bit tighter in that forerib. She probably more matches the type and kind of 1 and 2, but I don't know if there's ever going to be quite as much true dimension in this heifer, primarily in that heart and forerib. The heifer here that follows her, I like a lot of things about. Young lady's done a good job presenting her too. She could probably be freshened up just a little bit, but as far as presentation, I think it's very good. A lot of shape to this female. Just gets a little bit more narrow-chested up through that front, and she carries that all the way back. I just like to give her some more base width, like this heifer here. This heifer's got a lot of shape to her, a lot of hip to her. There's a lot of good in this female. She just doesn't tie it together, and it doesn't blend together as the heifer's ahead of her, as much as the heifer's ahead of her, excuse me. Really a flashy made heifer, and I tried to work her up, son. I really did, because I like the freshness and I like the youthfulness of this heifer a lot. You've done a good job. She's got a lot of bloom to her hair coat, and that really sets them off when they get out here. The problem is I don't know if she'll ever have enough performance to get any higher, but very nice type and kind. But she does have enough more body, and she's relaxed enough through that hip to get ahead of this heifer. It concludes the class. This heifer's awfully good. There's a lot of good things to make a cow in that female as well. She just struggles off of both ends more and doesn't balance out as much, as she's just a little bit tighter and higher in her flank and twist there.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Red Angus ring, we have the results from Class 2B, April Heifer Calves. Congratulations. Your first place was exhibited by Lauren Goki of State Center, Iowa, with L1G, Kip Miss Revolution Star K114. Second place in that class, and congratulations, we'll go to Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi, with HH Heidi Ho 2157. Third place in that class was exhibited by Channing Lind of Rushford, Minnesota. Fourth place, and congratulations, goes to Legacy Murphy Livestock. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Muddy Water Ranch. Sixth place will go to Landon Parkhill. Seventh place in that class will go to Cambry Palmer. Eighth place, and congratulations, goes to Addison Counts. Now currently in ring 2, we have your next class here in a Red Angus show. This will be Class 3A, March Heifer Calves. Back over in the Angus ring, the results from Class 6. This was your final class before we select our Division 1 Champion Reserve. First place, and congratulations, exhibited by Alyssa Claire Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. 3 aces, Georgina 5012. Second place in that class, exhibited by Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio. Third place, and congratulations, goes to Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Fourth place, exhibited by Allie Harton of Medill, Oklahoma. Fifth place in that class was exhibited by Kylie Wingy of Cisco, Texas. Sixth place, exhibited by Emma Grace Nowotny of New Braunfels, Texas. Seventh place went to Selby Hulse of Hannibal, Missouri. And eighth place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Caleb Shelton.
What an excellent division. This shakes out to be very, very good, all the way up from that little June heifer, or July, excuse me, back through these Mays. Just very good. These cattle have a lot of type to them. They're not, they don't just totally look like one another. They don't mirror one another. But I think in terms of quality, they really sorted themselves up very nicely. There's some give and take in all these females, but I think when you break down the fundamentals of overall quality, this May heifer calf back here out of this last class will be your division champion. I like this heifer a whole lot. There's a couple little things I'd change about her, but there isn't any sense in getting into that because she puts the most good up. Then for reserve, it gets a lot closer. I really like your heifer there a lot, and I do mean it when I say I think your heifer's got a lot of future. But I know this heifer here has got a lot of future too, and she'll be your reserve.
Oh, another nice class over here on the Red Angus side. The young man's heifer I started with, he just kind of excels to the top for me in just as far as structural integrity of the cattle. A heifer that to me is sound off both ends of her skeleton. She's adequate in her bone size. She's adequate in her foot. She's good in the center portion of her body and her spine throughout her hip. I really like the freshness up through that front 1/3. I'd sure like to maybe change I'm not telling anybody how to get them ready back there, but I'd like to change the white flare we got going on the belly down there. But a heifer that's sure got some nice pieces about her. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that she too is the same, a little bit type and kind. She gets a little washed away, a little bit more in her forerib. She gets maybe a little straighter off her front too. She wants to push a little bit on that shoulder and kind of get a little steep off her front too. But a heifer that's really up-headed, good in the center portion of her body. She's good in her spine. A heifer that's really got a lot of balance and eye appeal. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, a heifer that kind of hit me hard when she first come in. I sure think she maybe gives up that structure throughout her spine and her hip. She wants to get a little tight when you put her in motion. I do love her foot size and her bone. I love their balance and eye appeal. I just sure like to free her up off her rear too. I know it's hard for this young lady. That heifer's pretty good size for her age, and this young lady's pretty small, but just a nice high-quality female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, probably pushing the envelope for me as far as condition in this stage of the game. Heifer that's really bold sprung and has plenty of shape to her when you study her from behind. I just like to give her a little more ease and comfort when you ask her to go. She wants to get a little rigid on her rear pasterns. She gets a little plainer up through that head, neck, and chest. A heifer that's sure got some red meat and some substance about her. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, she's a little bit different type and kind than the one in front of her. The heifer, to me, she gets a little frailer bone, a little smaller footed. She's a little tight in maybe her spine when you put her in motion. She maybe just she gets a little parallel bodied for me. She's really an up-headed. I really like the top side of her neck. And with that being so good, it almost looks like she's got a little chest, but I really don't think she does. I just like to change her up through that hip region, pick her up in that pin set, maybe ease her down in that spine, but she gets a little tight when you put her in motion back there. Young man's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's a little more ideal as far as composition and size for this stage of the game. Heifer that just wants to get up underneath her when you put her in motion. She gets a little rigid on her rear too, doesn't really want to flex off her pastern, does most of the pushing and driving off of her hock. I'd like to maybe soften her up in her flank and down low into that cavity. But a nice, elegant, I like the freshness, I like the presence about that heifer, just like to smooth her up and balance her up. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, she's just like a couple in front of her, is probably pushing the envelope for condition for this stage of the game. She's pretty hardy in terms of condition. Heifer that's long spine, she's long bodied, she's got some muscle shape. She's big boned, she's big footed, pretty mature for this age. She just gets a little plainer in that front 1/3. She wants to get a little steep on both ends of her skeleton. I'd sure like to just soften her up at the surface. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, highly presented female, can balance up, but a heifer that sure gets a little parallel bodied for me. I'd like to pull her down in the center portion of her body. Heifer that maybe gets opened up on both ends of her skeleton, gets pretty straight off them front two, wants to paddle when you put her in motion. Heifer's pushing a little extra condition, but she does have some meat and muscle and some width when you study her from behind. She just needs to loosen up. Next heifer in line, I'd sure like to soften up in the same song and dance. I'd like to give her a little more ease and comfort. When you put her in motion, she gets a little rigid on both ends of her skeleton and let her balance up. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class, same deal again. Heifer that just needs to balance up, a little more presence. She sure wants to get hocked in and kick them outside herself. When you put her in motion, just need to soften her up in the center portion of that body.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in our junior Angus ring, we have the results from your first division. Congratulations. Your champion will go to Alyssa Claire Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee, with 3 aces, Georgina 50-12. And reserving that division, and congratulations goes to Sydney Pearl Johnson of Orlando, Oklahoma, with J&J Frontier Gal 253. Back in the red Angus ring, we do have the results from that last class here in ring 2. Congratulations. In Class 3A, first place was exhibited by Kyler Plug of Lincoln, Nebraska. Second place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Tana Lee. Third place in that class, exhibited by Ashby Norman. Fourth place was exhibited by Bennett Weiss of Buffalo, Minnesota. Fifth place in that class, and congratulations, went to Bailey Smith of Shiner, Texas. Sixth place exhibited by Chayton Day. Seventh place was exhibited by Brooks Cattle Company. 8th place in that class, and congratulations will go to Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. 9th place, and congratulations will go to Lydia Brownie of Waxahachie, Texas. And 10th place in that class will go to Sagebrush Angus of Cushing, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2, we have your next class here in your red Angus ring. This is Class 3B, March Heifer Calves. We do have a correction over here in the Angus ring. Your reserve in that last division came out of Class 4. Congratulations to Ann Dameron of Towanda, Illinois, with Dameron C5, Lucy 2242.
Really nice class, but I think this heifer wins by some margin. Just a very complete female. Maybe she's got enough on her for this stage of her life. The biggest thing I'd like changed about her is I'd like to make her a little bit deeper heeled. This is an awfully good heifer. She ties together a lot of look, quality, pattern, depth of body. Got plenty to her when you get behind her and around her. This female's awfully good. Could probably use a good hoof trimming. And that's really about it, because I think this heifer's awfully, awfully good. She's kind of meets in the middle in terms of having some future appropriate in terms of her size. Just a very good fundamental type heifer with added look and presence. The heifer here in second, maybe not the show heifer of the class, but I think fundamentally she needs to work herself up here. Extremely long-bodied, laid in neat through that head and shoulder. When she gets around the ring, she does so more comfortably than our heifer here in third. Some of it's probably in terms of composition. She's definitely leaner. She has less restriction, but just a very, very, very nice type of female with added length and femininity. The heifer here in third, I like a lot of things about. A lot of heifer here, a lot of mass, a lot of substance, a lot of hip. She wants to struggle just a little bit, splays out on those front two ever so slightly. Just like to tone her up a little bit, and I think it would loosen this heifer up, and she'd be a lot more free when she gets around. The heifer here in fourth, really long and extended. The outline of this heifer I like a whole lot. Got a lot of length over that spine and back through her hip. It doesn't maybe have that sweep to her rib like some of these others, but I think she's a heifer that if she'll go ahead and come apart in her forerib, I think it'll do her wonders, and a lot of times maturity takes care of that. The biggest thing is she's so straight up in that knee and in that hock. I can't get her any higher, but I think she's just so much more solid than this heifer here that follows her. Really a freaky made heifer. Long and freaky and extreme up through that front end. Surprisingly with that, she's got some shape to her when you get behind her. Got a tremendous amount of muscle and shape to her. Just a little too tight in her forerib, just a little too out there for me. A lot of people can hit a lick on the real freaky ones. Me, I've always had a lot better luck at just selling the real solid sound ones. But this heifer is awfully good. In the right place at the right time, she could do a lot of damage. You have a really good heifer, just not so much my type today, but a very, very high quality heifer, excellent presentation. The heifer here that follows her is plainer up through that head and neck, starting to deposit some condition up in that front third as well. Like to tone her down in terms of her composition, but when you break that down and look at her, heifer's really got some shape to her rib. She's wide out through her pins, got some base width, a really good kind of a female that I think you can do a lot with in terms of breeding. Just like to relax her a little bit in that spine. Heifer that follows her, probably not as much heifer, she's a little bit rounder boned. I'd like to just kind of give her a little bit more circumference of bone there, but the biggest thing is I'd like to make her a little more true off of her front feet. Relax her a little bit in that shoulder, but you got to really, really appreciate, and this whole class, so high quality. The whole show's been exceptional that way. You get down here, and boy, you got to get really nitpicky, because this heifer here, you can do so much with. She's very youthful, she's very elegant, she's very feminine, just not enough bone and power to get up here with some of these that are designed a little bit more to be show heifers. But I think you got an excellent heifer, and I think you can take this heifer on and breed her a lot of ways, because she is so complete. There just needs to be more power, and maybe go that way in the future. And as we wrap up the class, it's hard to pull a heifer like this because she's so good, and you really appreciate her when she walks in. Tons of natural shape and middle. Just need to relax her a little bit off of both ends, but a really good kind of a heifer. Really good class the whole way through.
Well, a really good class over here on the Red Angus side. The young lady's heifer I started with, boy, a heifer that's really loose in her overall skeleton, a heifer that's awesome in her foot design, her bone, her balance. She's not the tidiest one up through that chest and neck, but boy, her neck is flat and long and comes out high. Just really good in the center portion of her body. She's not the stoutest one out here either, but she's got enough for me. Heifer just really balances up. I think this heifer's got a really bright future ahead of her. Just a high quality female to start this class. Young man's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's bold sprung, she's stout made, she's a sound moving female. She gets a little bit thicker necked, if you will, and she probably, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, she probably has a little more red meat when you study her from behind, but a heifer that maybe just isn't quite as comfortable as the first one that exceeds her when you put her in motion. The outlier of the bunch right here, the third place heifer, a heifer boy, when she gets her parked, she'll give you that look. Star-strutted. Heifer that's really up-headed, really good in the center portion of her body. She's good-footed, she's adequate bone. The reason she's third, she gets a little tight in her spine. She wants to get a little up in her spine when you put her in motion, and I'd sure like to rock her knee back into her ever so slightly. Young lady does a good job. She gets that heifer managed right, and that heifer will do big things in the future. Young man's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that just maybe gives up that true dimension in that center 1/3. Sure has a little bit more shoulder, a little bolder up in that shoulder junction, maybe a little tighter in that forerib, but a heifer that's got a really good spine, hip and hind leg on her, really up-headed, highly presented female, awful nice female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next maybe just runs out of that balance and eye appeal compared to them first four. The heifer maybe gets a little hocked in and a little narrow base from behind. I'd sure like to maybe change her foot length on her rear too and just change the way she drives off that hock. Maybe pull her apart and give her a little more base width, a little more dimension in that quarter and down in through that stifle. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, she's sure, like I said in a couple classes before, she's pushing the envelope, guys, for me on size and condition for a March heifer calf. This thing's awfully big and broody for a March heifer calf. Got plenty on her right now. Heifer is good-footed and good-boned. I don't know. The one's got a lot of performance for that. She's big-bodied. She's long and level spine. There's plenty of heifer there. I just kind of question just that performance ratio there. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that really balances up and really can give you a nice look. She just doesn't have the width and dimension down her top and her loin edge and down through her quarter and stifle. Heifer that I think if managed right, I think she can have a bright future. She gets a little bit crestier necked and maybe a little plainer headed compared to those in front of her, but a heifer that's really good feet and legs. She needs to just have a little bit more base width, a little more oomph to her. Young lady's heifer that comes in next just gets a little tight in her forerib, a little washed away back there behind her shoulder. She wants to pull herself down behind her blades and kind of get a little roached up in her spine when you put her in motion. But a heifer that's got some length and some body and some muscle. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class, she just needs to free up on both ends of her skeleton. She gets a little moderate. She wants to run a little bit downhill. She's a little short striding, but a heifer that's got some shape when you study her from every angle. I'd just like to loosen her up on that skeleton. Congratulations, awful good top 4 heifers in that class.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring. Results of Class 3B March heifer calves. First place and congratulations will go to Emma Karst of Russell, Kansas with R2C Cherry 275. Second place in that class exhibited by Tucker Byer of Ringgold, Wisconsin. Third place was exhibited by Caitlin Skiles of Council Hill, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Jackson Bragg of Salado, Texas. Fifth place in that class, and congratulations to Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. And sixth place was exhibited by Delaney Naylor of Connorsville, Indiana. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in over here in the Red Angus ring. Our judge will select his champion reserve spring heifer calves.
Really a good class. They differ a bit again in types and kind, but the most complete heifer here is the heifer that wins the class. I like a lot of things about this heifer. I think she's youthful enough appearing. I think maybe you could convince yourself she's got plenty on her, but that's how she's made too. She's awfully cowy, a lot of mass to that rib. She's got some shape to her. She gets around plenty good when you put her on the move. Every now and then she just wants to soften up a little bit when you park her. But some of that's the way she's designed. There's so much mass in this heifer. I like her a whole lot. I liked working this heifer up here too, because I think time will be this heifer's friend. Maybe not the presentation of like some of these top 4 heifers, but I think she's awfully good. And don't get me wrong, you did nothing wrong presenting her. I love the freshness of this female. I love the youthfulness of this female. Is there enough heifer there? Time will tell. Very good on her feet and legs. Just a very, very good kind of a heifer that I think's got a lot of good to her. She doesn't have any more good to her than our class winner, and that's why she's second. But I think for a future, for one to feed on, this one would be really, really fun. That's a nice heifer, and she's so much more laid back in that shoulder, more extended through her front third than this heifer here in third. I like the shape of this heifer a lot. She probably represents our class winner more than the heifer in second. Not probably, she does. There's more shape, there's more depth of body, there's more hip to her. Gets around good enough on her feet and legs as well. Just a little bit straighter in that shoulder. Like to rock her back and lengthen her out and freshen her up like our second place heifer there. The heifer here in fourth, I like a lot. I like the hair coat on this heifer. It's got a lot of bloom to her. When you get out here, she catches your eye. She's a little bit straighter. She's a little bit shorter strided than the 3 heifers ahead of her. With that, she's just a little bit lower fronted. She's got some length over that spine and back through that hip. Got a lot of good. Just like to loosen her up off of her hind too. This young lady does a great job showing. The heifer is kind of wanting to wall her on her a little bit there when we put them into motion. This heifer's really typey, and she dang sure has her place. She's maybe not as much my kind as these heifers ahead of her. A little bit rounder in that shoulder and in that hip. Got a tremendous amount of muscle in this female. And not just when you get behind her, but over her top. That heifer is thick, but she doesn't tie together as good as the heifers ahead of her. Really a nice youthful heifer the young man's got here. Really, really long and extended. She just wants to get too straight up off those front two to get any higher. And with that, she kind of drives that hind leg pretty rigid into the ground as well. A very fresh, well-presented heifer here. It's amazing, and this says a lot about your show to be this far down, be this deep. Don't give up on this heifer because she has got a lot to offer. She's got a lot to offer you, young man. She's got a lot to offer the breed. She's youthful. She's fresh. She's got some quality to her. She moves fine. She just gets outpowered, and she gets light and bone relative to the class. The heifer that concludes the class does have the bone. She's too steep off both her front end and her hind end, and when you put them in motion, they don't line up. This heifer's awfully good on the standstill, the way she picks that head up and that kind of length. A lot of good in this female. She's plenty good-footed. She just kind of wants to jab both ends on the ground when you ask her to move. But from top to bottom, as good a class as we've seen yet.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side in the Spring Heifer Calf Division, we've got a lot of contenders out here. There's a few that really rise to the top for me pretty handedly. But the one that wins the first class, like I said in class, a heifer is really smooth in her overall composition. She's bold sprung. She's stout made. She's got plenty of width and dimension when you study her from behind. She's adequate in her bone and her foot. She gets ever so slightly opened up off her front two when you put her in motion, but not bad. I think if they hold her condition and just don't push on her too much, I think she's got a bright future ahead of her. Young lady's heifer that won the second class that's turning here, heifer that shoulders back is just incredible. Awesome in her forerib, bold sprung, super smooth in her underline. I love her spine. I love her hip. Good footed, good bone, really sound moving. And like I said in class, I just like to lengthen that front end from the top of her pole to the top of her blades. I just like to give her a little bit more extension and look, but I think that one will go out and make her a tremendous donor cow in the future. young lady's heifer that won that third class, the black tinged heifer. Heifer that, boy, she gives you a look from the side. She really balances up. She's awesome in her spine. She's awesome in the center portion of her body. She's adequate foot and bone. I just like to change her from that shoulder down to her knee to the ground. She wants to get a little bit, she needs to open up in her chest floor ever so slightly and maybe just fill her out down there in her heart. She wants to get a little closed in and a little toed out up front, but a heifer that's really got a unique look about her from the side. Young man's heifer that won that next class, a heifer is kind of the same type and kind, a heifer that really good in the center portion of her body. She's good hip, she's got plenty of shape and muscle, she's really up-headed. Heifer, she too wants to get a little narrow up front, wants to toe out and maybe just get a little steep. The heifer that rounds out the last class of that division, a heifer, like I said in class, probably one of the best footed, best bone, probably the loosest structured heifer I've seen of the day. Heifer that's really up-headed. She's awesome in the center portion of her body. She's got enough shape and dimension when you study her from behind. And I like her composition as far as condition right now. She's fresh. She's not probably the wildest necked one out here, but boy, she's good as far as a long, flat neck. I think that one's got a bright, bright future. She's going to be your champion in your division. I'll go out and get you a reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring, your spring heifer calf champion coming out of that last class and division. Congratulations, Emma Karst, Russell, Kansas with R2C Cherry 275. And congratulations, your reserve in that division comes out of Class 2A. Congratulations to Daniel Johnson of Winchester, Kentucky, with SGCC 254A, KC 208K. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors now in the Red Angus ring. We'll look to start with Class 6A, February heifer calves. Well, back over in the Angus ring, we have the results from Class 8. First place in congratulations will go to EXAR Envious Blackbird 2731. Congratulations, Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. Second place was exhibited by Avery Blakely of Edmond, Oklahoma with KBB Connolly Rosetta 2480. Third place in that class, and congratulations goes to Jack Selmeyer. Fourth place, and congratulations, Suter Clark Gretton of Virginia. Fifth place was exhibited by Ramey Yoakum. Sixth place in that class, and congratulations goes to Blake Freeman. Seventh place was exhibited by Tristan Andrew Meyer, and eighth place was exhibited by Helen Orr. Now in ring one, we have Class 9 here in your Junior Angus show.
Really, really a good class, but this is a heifer that's just so hard to get away from because you want to spend time looking at her. There ain't a lot to change about this heifer, folks. Wish she didn't have ringworm, but this is an awfully good heifer. She's got presence, she's got balance, ties together. I see this making a phenomenal yearling too. Just good from end to end. There is no sense in nitpicking one like this. The heifer here in second really represents our class winner well. She too sharp up through that front end. I think this would be an awfully fun heifer to get ready as a bred heifer too. Walk her up just a little bit, hun. Just a little bit more to where I can get a look at her. But this is a phenomenal heifer in terms of shape and youthfulness and pattern. Really, really good. Looks a lot like our class winner. And like we said earlier, I can't do that all day long because they come in different shapes and sizes, and you just got to put the most quality up. But this time she looks like our class winner, and she has the most quality next to our class winner. Phenomenal look. You're going to have a really, really good career with this heifer. The heifer here in third's a little bit quicker pattern compared to those two up in front of her. Not as tall at the point of her shoulder, probably doesn't have the look, got a little bit more in terms of composition, and doesn't hold herself together as well in her spine when you ask her to move as those heifers ahead of her. But I think she's so much better off of her front two and in her forerib that she gets over this heifer here in fourth. This heifer just a little bit tighter, a little bit flatter, maybe down low when you get behind her in terms of that quarter. A lot of good to her. There's a lot of look to her. On the standstill, I like this heifer a lot. Just like to loosen her up off both ends when you ask her to go. I miss this heifer a little bit. She's just plainer, and she gets down there and she gets lost in the shuffle. But I think there's a lot of good to this female. She's very, very useful. She's long spine. She ties together, adequate everywhere. She doesn't have the overall look or style of the heifers when you get them out here in a show ring, but a pasture full of them, I think you'd be in the driver's seat because the fundamentals are all here. She just doesn't have all the extra pieces of some of the ones ahead of her, but she blends together so much better than this heifer here that follows her. This heifer struggles just a little bit more off that front end, just a little bit tighter in her hip, and that carries in her tail head a little bit as well. Like to rock her back in her shoulder, but man, look at all that length and how she carries that back through her hip. Very, very good, useful type of a heifer. Good job. Really a stylish heifer, very striking. When you get off of this heifer and you get far enough off of her, there isn't enough middle in this heifer, probably not enough in her forerib either. And I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her bone and foot when you ask her to go. Really long and extended and very, very striking, just doesn't have the mass as those two heifers ahead of her. Heifer's a little bit more jammed up here. She's got her place. A lot of people are going to admire her type and kind. Just a little bit quick pattern for me, and a little bit shorter and rounder, and probably takes away from some femininity how she's made through that hip. But you cannot take away the muscle and shape this heifer has. A lot of true dimension in this female. We get into some heifers here. They just don't probably have the overall presence or style as some of the heifers ahead of them. This heifer here is a little bit plainer. The fundamentals are all there, son. I think you can do a lot with her. She's really good, blends together pretty good. I'd like to strengthen her up a little bit from her hooks to her pins in terms of width, but I think she's really a long and extended heifer, and she gets around just enough freer than this heifer here. This heifer is just a little bit more apple-footed, a little bit rounder down there, and I don't think that it probably limits her a little bit in terms of her length of stride. Like to put a bigger foot and bone underneath this heifer as well. We conclude with a very, very youthful type of a heifer. Really laid in neat at the point of that shoulder, just too shallow to get any higher today, a little shorter in that hip, but I think from end to end, another exceptionally good class.
A little bit of a challenging class over here on the red side. It's a little give and take for me. I'm going to use the heifer to me that probably checks most of the boxes. A heifer that's probably not the biggest, boldest sprung heifer in the class, but a heifer that's good-footed. Her angles are right. She's sound moving. She balances up. She's carrying a little extra condition in her chest compared into her center underline there. I'd sure like to maybe pull her down in her center cavity, give her a little more shape in the middle center 1/3 of her body. But a heifer that's good in her spine. She's adequate in her hip design. She gives you a really nice look from the side. The one that comes in second is probably the soundest, biggest footed, has the most flex about her. With that being said, she wants to get a little pinched in her loin. She's got her tail head up just a little bit. I'd sure like to pull her tail head down in her. But a heifer that's really good in the center portion of her body. A heifer that's long bodied. She's got a lot of bone, a lot of flex about her. I'd sure like to pick her up in that loin edge and give her a little more shape compared to the heifer that exceeds her. The young lady's heifer that comes in third, the heifer that's carrying too much condition for me. She's just got a lot on her. Heifer that's really stout and heavy muscled. She's bold sprung. She gets a little tight on both ends of her skeleton. And I'm not saying I know everything, but I sure think if you lean this one up for a while, I sure think she would have a little bit more flexibility. Heifer's just got quite a bit on her. The young lady's heifer that comes in next has got some length of spine. She gets a little bit parallel bodied. She needs a drop down in the center portion of her body. Heifer that just needs to have a little more foot size and maybe a little more flexibility. She wants just to get a little tangled up when you put her in motion off them rear two, but a heifer that's got some shape and some muscle when you study her from behind. A heifer that comes in next, she too, like the third place heifer, a heifer that's got a lot to her. She's bold sprung, she's stout built, she's level spine, she's just tight. She needs to loosen up, she needs to free up when you put her in motion. A heifer that just has a little bit of a weird way of going there, but a heifer that sure got a lot to her. Heifer that comes in next gives up that body and that mass, and she's on a little finer bone and refined in her overall build. Heifer that's a little bit smaller footed. I'd sure like to pull her down in her spine. When you put her in motion, she gets a little tight on both ends of her skeleton. Young man's heifer that comes in next gives you a really, really good look from the side. Heifer's really up-headed, got a lot of presence. She gets a little bit dry and a little bit not soft enough in the center portion of her body. She has some bone and she has some foot and some flexibility about her. She needs to have a little bit more base width. She wants to hawk in when she's going away from you, duck her pins and get a little up in her top. Young man's heifer that comes in next probably doesn't have quite the balance and eye appeal that the heifer in front of her, but a heifer that's got some length, she's got some muscle. She sure needs to loosen up in her skeleton also. I'd sure like to have her go with a little more ease and comfort on both ends of her skeleton. The young lady's heifer that rounds out the class, she too, like a couple in front of her, a heifer that gives you a really good look. She just needs to loosen up. She hawks in. I'd like to pull her apart, give her a little more width and dimension, just to have her run any higher today. Nice class of females. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring. Results of Class 6A. First place and congratulations will go to Red Diamond Ruby 213, exhibited by Jackson Bragg of Salado, Texas. Second place in that class was exhibited by Kate Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Third place and congratulations will go to Luke Bladson of Harpers Ferry, Iowa. Fourth place in that class was exhibited by Zachary Griffith of Marietta, Oklahoma. Fifth place and congratulations goes to Emery Bowers of Yukon, Oklahoma. In sixth place in that class, exhibited by Whitney Colfelt of O'Mara, Arkansas. Now in ring 2, we have Class 6B. These are February heifer calves.
An interesting class out here on the Reds. A little bit different type and kind in these first three. The heifer that I win the class with, heifer to me, she's solid. She's just smooth. She's good bodied. She's good in her spine. I'd like to maybe give her a foot trimming ever so slightly, but she's got a good foot and she has some foot on her. She's good in her bone work. Her knee lays back into her. She's a little bit more moderate in this class for this age, but that doesn't bother me. I think there's a lot of good and genuine pieces to that animal. Just a really nice female to start with. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, I kind of swapped them there at the end. Heifer that maybe wants to run downhill ever so slightly. She's plenty big. She's on the other end of the spectrum. She's plenty big for me for a February female. Just a really up-headed, big bone, big-footed female. She maybe gives up that true dimension when you study her from behind and width and some turn to the bottom part of her belly. But a heifer that's sure got some unique pieces about her. Just a really soft, moving female. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, a heifer that sure has a unique, genuine look from the side when you study her. Heifer, boy, you put her in motion, I'd sure like to change her foot size, give her a little more flexibility up through that hip and spine. A heifer that I really like her body. I like the way her shoulder lays into her. Her neck comes out high. Just a smooth-made, elegant kind of a female. Just wish she could move with a little more ease and comfort. Young man's heifer that comes in next maybe gets a little plainer from top of her neck to the bottom of her neck, gets a little deeper necked. Heifer that maybe just drops her pins. I'd like to pick her up and give her a little more pin width. She wants to do a lot of driving off of her hock and not off of her pastern, but a heifer that has some rib shape, she has some muscle. I'd just like to square her up and change her in that rear 1/3. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's got some width and some muscle and some red meat about her. She gets a little parallel bodied for me, maybe a little softer on them both ends of her skeleton. She probably just okay in the bone and footwork. I'd probably like to give her more shape and a little more flex down there. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, heifer that maybe just doesn't have the balance and eye appeal that run any higher, heifer that has some bone and some foot size. She sure just needs to loosen up. She needs to drop down in the center portion of her body, maybe just pick her up in her pins ever so slightly. Next heifer that comes in, she is a little squarer hipped. She's a little bit better in her spine. A heifer that just a little steep on both ends of her skeleton. She probably just needs to have a little bit more bone and foot size. Heifer that's really up-headed and can kind of give you a look. I'd just like to soften her up and have her a little more flex. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class, just gives up some balance and some eye appeal. Heifer that's sure just kind of fighting the halter out here, and this might be her first show. I'd like to just give her some base width and some undercarriage. She wants to hock in, gets a little sharp hock, probably loosen her up off her front too. Nice class of females, really nice class winner.
I really wasn't ready for Craig to get off the microphone over there because I didn't totally have my mind made up, but we're going to leave these heifers how they're lined up. This young man's heifer is probably not my kind. She probably doesn't have enough bone under her. We'll see if there's enough female, but gosh, dang it, is she complete. She's the soundest heifer in here as well. I can't get away from her. She's got the most look to her. She's the most comfortable when she gets around. She's extremely youthful. She's extremely fresh. You know, be careful we don't breed these cattle into just walking on pencils. And she's borderline in terms of that bone. You get off of that, though, and one that would be fun to work with, it's this heifer right here. She's awfully good. She's awfully fresh. I just love the youthfulness of that heifer. And so then when you get to kind of analyzing that and weighing it out in your mind, this class sorts itself. I like this heifer a lot, and there's several times that I thought this was the most complete heifer in here and she was going to win. When you get right on them, she wants to roll out in those hind feet just a little bit, and boy, that's hard to overcome. When these cattle get more weight on them and they get more mature, that's awfully hard to handle. I'd dang sure like to see more heel underneath there. That's an awfully good heifer. She's so long designed, she's definitely got more bone than our class winner. Lays down a bunch of muscle over her top through her hip. She too's pretty youthful looking. Match is extremely good with this heifer here in third. This heifer here, though, is just not striking enough to beat those two heifers ahead of her. Got a little more circumference of foot underneath of her. Got a lot of good in her. Maybe just a little bit more new ewe-necked. Wants to break just a little bit in that spine. This is an awfully good heifer. This is an awfully good class. She's got a lot of depth of rib to her, a little bit flatter muscled than some of the ones we've seen, but three exceptionally good females. Fundamentally, I think they beat this heifer here in fourth. I love the top 2/3 of this heifer and the back 2/3. If you can design them all with this kind of rib cage and that kind of true muscle up high and into that hip, I think you'd be in the driver's seat. This heifer wants to splay out too much on her front end. Maybe tone her up a little bit in terms of composition for this age. I don't know. It's probably always going to be there to a point. I love the power of this heifer. Probably more my kind of heifer than the heifer that wins the class, but not as fault-free. The heifer behind her here, really long and extended, needs to be more massive, needs a little bit more bone, needs a little bit more longevity in terms of growth to get ahead of those heifers up there, but a very good kind of a female. And I think she's just got enough balance and just presence to get over some of these other heifers. I like a lot of things about this heifer, especially when you're right up on top of her. When you get off of her, she doesn't have enough balance to that rib. She doesn't have that sweep we want, which I think we can go overboard with that, but she just doesn't have that depth to her heart, doesn't have that depth to her midrib or flank, and she looks just a little high, and that carries up into her spine. She even looks a little high-topped when you get off of her, but extremely long, good coat of hair on her, really good kind of a female. A heifer here that follows hers straighter and coarser up through that front end, kind of wants to wall her a little bit when you get her around the ring, like to loosen her up, and she carries that a little bit in her hind too as well. She kind of wants to drop off and roll just a little bit and really gets those hind legs underneath of her. Like to see her a little bit more stable there. We get into some awfully good heifers here. They just don't balance out quite as nice as our class winners. This heifer here needs to be a little bit better footed, but I think there's a lot of good in her. Needs some more stability of that foot. This heifer here, really, really typey. I think she'll go ahead and get awfully good. Love her youthfulness. Her pattern and her design just needs to be more heifer. Gets pretty narrow in that quarter and pretty high twisted as well. And then we get into heifers that are a little bit more shallow. They definitely need more time. The heifer that concludes the class looks like one. Even her hair coat kind of makes me think this heifer had gotten sick somewhere along the line. All the pieces are there. And if this girl will go ahead and push her, she might be amazed where she finds herself next time they show.
Well, congratulations over here in your junior Angus ring results of Class 10. First place and congratulations will go to back number 10092, Ty Column of Perkins, Oklahoma with TRE78, Proven Queen K37. Second place in that class and congratulations to Cora Sullivan of Lawton, Oklahoma with TLF Missy 35K. Third place in that class was exhibited by Kristen Jensen of Hampton, Nebraska. Fourth place went to Sydney Pearl Johnson of Orlando, Oklahoma. Fifth place and congratulations will go to Reese McKenzie Anderson of Chrisman, Illinois. Sixth place in that class exhibited by Bailey Dutra of Hanford, California. Seventh place was exhibited by Sydney Rylersdam Shoe of Grangeville, Idaho. Eighth place in that class exhibited by Rob Oakley of Livingston, Tennessee. Ninth place went to Cody Robert York of Palestine, Illinois. 10th place in that class, and congratulations to Hadley Howe of Lyons, Texas. And 11th place exhibited by Jada Ann Cook of Lindsay, Oklahoma. Now in ring one, we're going to bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve here in Division 2. Well, in your red Angus ring, the results from Class 6B February heifer calves. First place and congratulations went to Landon Gallion of Bonham, Texas with JCL AWR Ladybug 210K. Second place in that class was exhibited by Paige Van Dyke of Louisville, Illinois. Third place, and congratulations, goes to Veronica Lentz of Creston, Iowa. Fourth place was exhibited by Kyler Plug of Lincoln, Nebraska. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Zachary Griffith, Marietta, Oklahoma. Sixth place, exhibited by Bella Wadey of Millsap, Texas. And seventh place in that class, exhibited by Colby Firstnew of Cavalier, North Dakota. Eighth place in that class, exhibited by Briar Shankles of Marietta, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2, we have Class 7A, January heifer calves.
Really, four outstanding individuals. When you get them back out here, they differ a little bit, but I think in terms of quality, these heifers have it all. They got the fundamentals. They got something to them. They're easy to look at. Well-presented heifers that got a lot of future in them. But this heifer here out of the third class, she'll be your calf champion in this division. She's really neat. Hard to pick a hole in. And she just kind of sets herself apart in a lot of ways. And there's no reason to feel like you're crushed by any means, because there's a lot of good options left. But for me, the best option is this heifer calf here out of the second class. I just love her dimension and cowiness and mass and substance. An excellent heifer. Congratulations, and good job to all of you. What a neat division.
Well, congratulations over here in the junior Angus ring. We have the results out of Division 2. My apologies. Your champion will go to back number 10,074, BF BC2 Birdie 1822, exhibited by Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. Reserve champion in that division will go to back number 10,064, EXAR Envious Blackbird 2731. Congratulations, Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. We're now going to bring in Class 11 here in your next division in our Junior Angus show.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, just a really nice trio on this top end of this class. it's a little give and take for me, and they're all a little bit different type and kind. But this one here that I start with, this young lady's heifer, just really smooth. She's good bone. She's good footed. I really like the way her shoulder lays into her. She's awesome in the center portion of her body and up through that forerib. Young lady gets her set up. She's really elegant up through that head, neck, and chest. Heifer's got plenty of power to her. She's maybe not quite as square-hipped as maybe the heifer in third there, but a heifer that's really got enough meat and muscle when you study her from behind. Just a high-quality female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, she's kind of the outlier. She's a little bit more of a moderate heifer that's carrying plenty of condition for me today, but a heifer that's really bold sprung in the center portion of her body, really capacious, awesome feet and legs, wants to run downhill just ever so slightly, probably has a little bit more shoulder and a little rounder hip than the heifer that exceeds her. But a heifer, if the young man can manage her right, lean her up, I think this one's got a bright future. She needs to probably get a little elevation for me off that front end just to keep growing. But like I say, we got a little extra condition on her today, but an awful high-quality heifer. Young man's heifer that comes in third is a kind of a unique heifer. She's probably the leanest for me out of the first three. Heifer's probably the best throughout her hip. To me, where she comes in third, she gets a little straighter and steeper off them front two. I'd like to rock her knee back into her, let her just pull her shoulder into her body cavity just a little bit. She wants to get a little pinched in her forerib, but a heifer that's got some foot and some bone and some width and dimension, I'd just like to maybe change her up and through that shoulder junction. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, really an up-headed heifer with some length of spine. She probably gives up some body and some capacious look and rib shape compared to them three in front of her. She's got a little bit of chest on her, a heifer that's got a little bit of chest and a little extra condition, but a heifer that's good in her spine. I'd like to maybe just square her up, hooks to pins ever so slightly, just drop her down in that center 1/3, but a heifer that's adequate in her bone and her foot. Just a nice female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, maybe a little more plainer, doesn't maybe balance up quite as good as them ones in front of her. Heifer that maybe is just a little plainer up through that head, neck, and chest. Heifer that's good in her body in her center 1/3. She has some bone and she has some flexibility about her. She wants to hock in ever so slightly. Maybe just need to give her a little base width, but a heifer that's got some genuine pieces about her. Young lady's heifer that comes in next. Heifer that balances up. Just needs to drop her down in the center portion of her body. Let her go on both ends of her skeleton with a little more flex and a little more comfort. Young man's heifer that comes in next, kind of what you see is what you get. Just a big, stout, powerful female. Heifer's a little coarse in her joints for me. She needs to be smoothed up there in her overall flow on the surface, but a heifer that's sure got a lot to her. The next two heifers that round out the class, heifers that probably give up some body and some structure, some muscle compared to those that exceed her. I'd just like to see a little bit more of them and let them go with a little more ease and comfort. Congratulations, nice class of females.
Well, congratulations over in the Red Angus ring. We have the results from Class 7A January heifer calves. First place and congratulations will go to Rihanna Bozadin of Winoka, Oklahoma with Rose Dynamo 2003. Second place in that class and congratulations goes to James Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Tucker Meyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Fourth place and congratulations also, the birthday girl, congratulations to Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Fifth place in that class, and congratulations will go to Bill's Cattle Company of Scranton, Iowa. Sixth place in that class was exhibited by Lake and Landry. Seventh place went to Keegan Holt. And eighth place in that class will go to Reagan Cray. Now in ring 2, we have Class 7B, January heifer calves. Well, we'd like to let everyone know, Angus exhibitors, you are invited to join us for our 150 years of Angus celebration. Tomorrow, the event will be held on site at Cattleman's Bar. Doors will open at 4:30 p.m. No RSVP or ticket to enter. Just come as you are. We invite you for an evening of fellowship and an auction to benefit the Angus Foundation and the announcement of our 2023 Herdsman of the Year. Appetizers and a cash bar will be available. Stop by the Angus booth in the meantime to find out more about the auction lots. We hope to see you there. Again, that is tomorrow evening.
What a unique heifer to start the class with. I really like this heifer when you put her into motion. Relative to the class, I think she excels there. She's a heifer that's got plenty of look up through that front third. I like the composition of this heifer. I like the body shape of this heifer. I'm convinced that she's got enough dimension as she goes forward for sure. Just a really good kind of a heifer. The heifer here in seconds, a little bit plainer in some areas. A little bit plainer maybe up through that front end, though I still think she has enough look. She just doesn't have all the bells and whistles. She doesn't have the shape of that heifer. She probably doesn't have the shape of muscle either, doesn't have the lower quarter. But I think fundamentally this is a very good heifer that's plenty good when you get her on the move. Balances out nice, extremely cowy. The heifer here in third is probably just a little bit more mature. I don't see her as having the youthful look of these two heifers ahead of her. She's a heifer that I don't know if she'll run with them. I think the gap will probably get bigger as they go forward. Those are two really good heifers that I got faith in, especially our class winner making an exceptional yearling. I don't probably see that in this heifer, but I don't think you can take away from her depth and how she gets around. The length of spine this heifer's got, and she's got a lot up high. Probably like to see a little bit more down low. A really good kind of a heifer. Young man, you got a very good fundamental, very good basic type of a heifer, and don't take that wrong because the fundamentals are there. You can breed on those things because this heifer's sound enough. She's got a tremendous amount of rib in her, carries that depth all the way back from her to her flank. She's level from her hooks to her pins. She's a very good kind of a female. I think she's a really good breeding piece. The heifer here that follows her, I'm sorry for looking so unprofessional on this. This heifer gives up probably the most WDA of any of the heifers in the class. She's probably one of the two lightest. But I think in terms of quality, she's awfully good. I wish she had a little bit more forerib to her to get a little bit higher. She wants to get a little tight in her spine and hip when you ask her to move. But I do think this heifer is definitely worth the gamble going forward because she's got so much good to her. Love her youthfulness and her freshness. Really long and extended, got a lot of look to her, and gets around more comfortable, especially off of her hind two, than this heifer here that follows her. On the standstill, you got to love the pattern and the shape of this heifer. It's phenomenal. She's got a lot of hip in her. She's got a lot of rib. I love how when she's standing still, how that middle part of her body looks. It's just perfect, but she's a little too straight and rigid off of that front end, and she carries that into her hind end as well a little bit. She's just a little too tight wound for me. The heifer that follows her, almost a little bit on the snaky side, up through the front end and the way her head is. I'd like to see her step down on more bone. Love the freshness. I love the composition of this heifer. Done a good job feeding her, and I do think she'll improve as she goes. She's just a little too tight, and part of that is because the way she is up through her shoulder and her hip. In terms of her midrib, for being as green as she is, it's about perfect. Unbelievable look, neck set to her. Just like to just relax her just a little bit off of that front end. The heifer here that follows her gets, these type of heifers get to where they just deposit a little bit more condition up in that front end, and I'm convinced that probably labors them a little bit when they want to move because this heifer's awfully good on the standstill. I like a lot of her angles, maybe like to rock her back in her shoulder a little bit, but I think she's restricted a little bit. Probably needs to go on a little bit of a diet. You've done a good job because in terms of her bloom and presentation and hair quality, you've done a good job feeding her. But at this stage in her life, maybe just tone her up just a little bit. But I think there's enough more cow here than the heifer that follows her. This heifer is extremely unique in some pieces. She's good up through that front end. She's really good in her rib. She's really good in her hip. They just don't tie together. I'd like to loosen her up just a little bit when you get her to go. She's just probably a little too restricted and tight wound for me to get any higher. A plainer heifer follows her here, but I think this heifer's awfully good. She's got some depth to her relative to her size. She balances out as nice as any of the heifers in the class. Maybe just doesn't kind of step down with as much authority as some of them. Doesn't have as much bone underneath her as some of them. But I think pattern-wise, it's awfully good. And again, I think this end of the class is just as important as that front end because they're all breeding pieces, and we're all trying to make cattle better as we go. And this is one you can do something with because she's got so much good to her, as well as the heifer that concludes the class. She's just a little bit tighter wound. She's a big boned heifer relative to her size. She's just a little too straight up in that front end, too straight in her knee, and she's just a little tighter throughout. But I think in terms of body and depth and something you can add value to, I definitely think all the pieces are there.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, Heifer I started with, to me, she kind of come to the top pretty handedly. As far as foot and bone and flexibility and genuine appearance, that one kind of rises to the top. Heifer's got good shape in the center portion of her body. She's stout when you study her from behind. She's not the squarest hipped one I've seen all day, but a heifer that really balances up. She's got a beautiful head, neck, and shoulder. I like the way it lays into her. Just an awfully high quality heifer to start with. With that being said, the young lady's heifer that comes in second, I'll be honest, she's too big for me. That's an awfully big, long-bodied heifer, but I do appreciate her condition. She's not too fat. Heifer's adequate in her foot and bone. Heifer's got some hip and some dimension. I'd just like to maybe just tone her down in her overall frame. On the other end of the spectrum, we're a little moderate here in the third place heifer. Heifer's a little shorter backed, a little shorter coupled. Heifer that has some body, she has some presence about her. Heifer maybe just wants to get a little steep when you put her in motion. I'd sure like to let her go with a little more flexibility. The young lady's heifer coming in next, a heifer that maybe just, she's on the polar opposite end of the spectrum. She's a big, stout, over-conditioned heifer, a heifer that maybe just needs to free up on both ends of her skeleton. She wants to get a little rigid on them rear pasterns. Heifer, you got to admire the power and dimension that heifer has. I just like to tone her down in her overall condition. Young man's heifer comes in next, really an up-headed. Neck comes high on the top side of her shoulder. She has a little bit of shoulder. She gets a little washed away and tight in her forerib. I'd sure like to change that about her, drop her down in her center cavity, give her a little bit more shape. She does have some red meat when you study her from behind and some bone. Heifer that just could maybe come underneath herself when you watch her go from behind. Young man's heifer that comes in next, she too, just a really up-headed, level-hipped heifer, a heifer that just needs to have some flexibility about her. I need to soften her up when you watch her go. Boy, she's an up-headed, good-bodied heifer. She gets a little pinched in her forerib. I'd sure just like to let her go with a little more ease and comfort. She gets a little tight in that spine and hip. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class, I'd sure like to drop her down in that center portion of her body, give her a little more bone and flexibility, maybe just settle her down in that top and spine when you put her in motion. Congratulations, nice class of females.
Well, congratulations over in the Junior Angus ring results, Class 11. First place and congratulations will go to FCF Musgrave Proven Queen 228, exhibited by Alexia Stevens of Allendale, Illinois. Second place in that class and congratulations will go to Olivia Gerloff of Bland, Missouri. Third place was exhibited by Ella Marie Jordan of Savannah, Missouri. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Brant Pettigrew of Columbia City, Indiana. Fifth place was exhibited by back number 10110, Sachet Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri. Sixth place, exhibited by Sadie Plagg of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Tyler Lindsay of Laurel, Mississippi. Eighth place in that class, and congratulations goes to Lily Parks. Ninth place was exhibited by Allison Mam. 10th place went to Wesley Wagner, and 11th place in that class went to McCammy Jean. Now over in our Angus ring, we have Class 12. Back in the Red Angus ring, results of your final class here in this division, Class 7B. First place went to Marcy Howard of Richfield, North Carolina, with AMTC Princess Lana 1K1. Second place in that class exhibited by Reese McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. Third place went to Lake and Landry of Pocahontas, Arkansas. Fourth place exhibited by Paige Wood, Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Jones County Junior College of Ellisville, Mississippi. Sixth place in that class, and congratulations to Cade Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. And seventh place, also exhibited by Jones County Junior College. Now in ring 2, we have your first and seconds here in our Junior Heifer Calf division.
Oh, a really nice division out here for the Division Two heifers. The young man's heifer that won that first class. Heifer that's really good in her spine. I like her foot size. I like her bone. She's really got a genuine look about her. I'd like to say, like I said in class, she needs to probably soften up for me. Maybe have a little more turn to the lower sweep of that rib cage. But a heifer that's got some neat pieces about her. Young man's heifer that won that second class. A heifer that's really genuine in her overall makeup. She's good bone. She's adequate footed. Heifer that's good in her body. I like the way her shoulder lays into her and her fore rib. Really elegant up through that head, neck, and chest. Heifer, if you want to get nitpicking, she's a little bit moderate maybe for her age, but that doesn't concern me too much. Heifer, I'd just like to lay back in that front knee just ever so slightly, but a heifer that's got some neat pieces about her. Young lady's heifer that comes and wins that third class, just a bold sprung, stout made heifer. Heifer that's really good on her feet and legs. She's really fluid when you put her in motion. Young lady gets her stuck, and boy, she'll give you that silhouette to die for. Really up-headed. I really like the freshness of her head, neck, and chest. Just an awfully high-quality female. Young man's heifer that won that last class and did so with pretty good ease. A heifer that's got some foot and some bone and some flexibility about her. Maybe not quite as good in her flank and maybe up into her twist as far as the heifer in front of her, but a heifer that's good in the center from her navel forward, really good in her fore rib. I like the way her shoulder lays into her. And like I say, she's not quite as square hipped as maybe the one in front of her, but an awfully high quality heifer. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, and I'm going to go out and get you a champion in reserve in that division.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring. Your junior heifer calf champion. Congratulations goes to Rihanna Bozadin of Winoka, Oklahoma, coming out of Class 7A. And congratulations, your reserve champion junior heifer calf coming out of Class 7B. Congratulations to Marcy Howard of Richfield, North Carolina with AMTC Princess Lana 1K1. Again, congratulations to all those exhibitors in this division. We'll now look to see Class 10 winner heifer calves.
Really a nice, youthful appearing heifer here to win the class. Fundamentally, she wins fairly easily. She's comfortable when she gets around the ring. I like how she just balances out all the way throughout. This is a heifer that I can see getting really good in time. She's a heifer that's got as much foot underneath her and is square and as true on him as anything in the class. With that, she's got added look. I like just the way the heifer balances out relative to her frame size. A very complete heifer with a terrific future. The heifer here in second, there's dang sure more of this heifer. There's more WDA, just a little bit coarser, and she actually probably has more condition on her than what you'd think because she's awfully fresh and she's long enough up through that front end. Just like to tone her down just a little bit. But a very good kind of a heifer, and I think she's just enough more true off those front two and gets around a little better off of her hind legs as well over this heifer here in third. I like this heifer a lot. She matches our class winner more in terms of youthfulness and size. She's just probably a little bit smaller footed than what's ideal. And I think it's going to catch up with her just a little bit. The way she gets around, like put more foot underneath of her and relax her just a little bit when you get her to go. Body-wise and dimension, she's unbelievable. The heifer here that follows her, really well-presented heifer, really long, got some good to her, a little bit deeper neck there than some of the others ahead of her. Just doesn't have the overall balance. She's not quite as relaxed on her front end as like our class winner. Pick that tail head up just a little bit and just a little more restricted in her spine back to her hip. This young lady, again, has another really, really good green one. I do think this heifer will get awfully good, and you're not down here because they're so green. I actually admire that. But these heifers just need a shot more to them. And I bet the pieces are there. I'd stick with them and probably hammer down just a little bit on getting them there. But this heifer's a little bit more restricted off of her hind two than her heifer from the other class. The heifer here that follows her, I like a lot of things about. A little more raw designed in that shoulder and forerib. Probably doesn't have the base width of some of the heifers ahead of her as well. We get into some heifers that just don't have the overall probably they just aren't as relaxed as some of the heifers up there. This heifer's a little bit more stale up in her front end. Like to see her handle her hind leg a little bit different, but lays down a lot of shape over her top and back through her hip, as well as this heifer here. I like the pattern of this heifer a whole lot. She's got a lot of good to her. She's really good up high. I don't know if she'll have enough down low as she goes on. Like to relax her just a little bit, and she's really wanting to fight him out here. And I think that could have worked her up just a little bit, but she's plenty high in that twist for me, and I don't know if she'll stay good enough off those front two. We get into a couple of heifers here. They just don't have the overall femininity. Aren't made as good in their shoulders, some of the ones ahead of them. This heifer concludes the class a little bit more tubular relative to the heifer ahead of her, but from end to end, another very good functional type of set of heifers.
Congratulations in Class 12. First place will go to DDA Northern Miss 2210, exhibited by Reese McKenzie Anderson of Chrisman, Illinois. Second place in that class, exhibited by Rob Oakley of Livingston, Tennessee, with BNWZ Rita 2855. Third place in that class, and congratulations goes Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California, with Connolly Sandy 2746. Fourth place, exhibited by Harlow Gorman of Olden, Texas. Fifth place, exhibited by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Sixth place, and congratulations goes to Braden Dale Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Seventh place, exhibited by Gavin Cole Layton of Edmond, Oklahoma. Eighth place was exhibited by Blake Freeman. Ninth place in that class, and congratulations goes to Shelby Phillips of Stanton, Texas. In 10th place, exhibited by Jackson Dean McCurry. We're now going to bring in your final class in this division. This is Class 13.
Well, over here on the Angus side, it's a little give and take for me on these first two heifers. The heifer I'm going to use, to me, she's sound, she's good-footed, she's good in the center portion of her body. When you study her from behind, she has a little bit more genuine shape down her top and into her loin edge and down through her quarter and stifle. The heifer does give up. She's a little plainer maybe up through that head, neck, and chest. She's got a little extra condition maybe in the bottom of that chest. But I do think her neck has got some elevation and it's long and it's flat. I just like to tone her down in her chest floor ever so slightly. Young man's heifer that comes in second, kind of built the same song and dance. But the heifer's, to me, is a little rounder in her hip. Maybe doesn't have quite the shape when you study her from behind. She's a sound, moving, good-footed female, giving this young man a little bit of fits. But I just like to square her up, hooks to pins, maybe just let her balance out throughout there. The one that catches your eye on the standstill is this third place heifer. There's no doubt about it. She's the best one in her center portion of her body, her underline, her spine, and her hip. She's really elegant up through that front 1/3. Balances up better than the two that exceed her. Problem is she can't move near as good. She's tight. She's tight off both ends. She's pretty restricted. But boy, that thing will give you a silhouette. Awful nice female. Young man's heifer that comes in next. Heifer that's really loose in her overall skeleton. Maybe a little plainer in that chest floor, neck, and head. Heifer that maybe isn't good enough in the center portion of her body or stout enough when you study her in the center portion of her quarter. Heifer gets a little sharp hocked, if you will, but a heifer that's sure loose skeleton. She's free and easy going. Just like to neaten her up in that front 1/3. Kind of a different type and kind coming in next. A heifer calf or senior yearling heifer a heifer that's a little bit more moderate. She's a little more balanced. She's better in the center portion of her body. She gets a little tighter in her spine and throughout her hip when you put her in motion. She's a little shorter coupled, a little more jammed up than the heifer in front of her. Heifer can give you a neat silhouette. I just like to free her up, maybe pull her legs underneath her when you put her in motion. Just a nice, genuine female. Young man's heifer that comes in next, a heifer like the 1-2 in front of her. She's loose made, loose in her skeleton, just gives up too much power and body and punch. Heifer I'd sure like to see a little bit more of her, maybe smooth her up in that hock and just tidy her up in her overall lines and balance. Next heifer that comes in is the same way. A heifer that just gets a little rigid on the move in her spine and her hip. She gets a little arched up in her top. When you put her in motion, she wants to pull her neck down in between her blades. Heifer that just needs a little more shape and turn to that middle and then on that rear end. The young man's heifer that comes in next just kind of runs out of balance. A heifer that's got some length of spine. She's up-headed. She's just a little deeper necked, a little plainer chested, gives up some bone and some power and some balance. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class is the same way. The heifer I'd like to drop her down the center portion of her body, level her up in her hips and maybe just pick her neck and elevate it up on the top of them shoulders. Maybe just give her a little more functionality when you ask her to go. Nice class of females, really nice top 3.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring. Results of Class 10. First place will go to Garrett Walden of Tonganoxie, Kansas with JCL Cinnamon Sugar, 187. Second place in that class, and congratulations goes to Chase Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Fourth place in that class went to Colton Jones of Mountainville, Missouri. Fifth place exhibited by Helen Orr of Davenport, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to Ethan Bell of Friendship, Tennessee. Seventh place exhibited by Jocelyn Richer of Morris, Oklahoma. Eighth place in that class exhibited by Clint Harrington of Nottawa, Oklahoma. Ninth place in that class, and congratulations goes to Avery Staggs of Wayne, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2, we have Class 11A. These are senior heifer calves.
Really a nice class, a lot of give and take, and it really comes down to structure in my mind. And I think this heifer has an advantage in terms of freshness. She's probably as big a footed heifer as there is up on this front end. With that, she carries herself extremely loose, yet gathers herself up when you want to park her. I think she's just a very good female, and fundamentally, in terms of structure and foot size, I think she's got a definite advantage. Along with that, I think she's a little leaner. She's fresher than this heifer in second. She's got more sweep to that rib. This heifer here in second, I like a lot of things about, and you read her as being extremely cowy. She wants to twist out ever so slightly and just get just a little bit more narrow chested, probably just a little bit more stale at this stage of the game too as our class winner. Really like the heifer it wins. I love this heifer in terms of freshness on the standstill. I like her a whole lot. She needs a bigger foot underneath of her. I think she'd get out and go better. She's a little bit more restricted. She's the most restricted of this top trio for sure. That's an awfully good heifer though. I think she's laid back enough in her shoulder to get around this heifer here. This heifer gets pretty short strided. The back 2/3 of this heifer on the standstill I admire a lot, and I thought she was going to be really high in the class there for a while, really wanting to fight him when she was up there without anything in front of her too. He had a hard time kind of just getting her put together right, but when you do set her into motion, she gets just a little too short and choppy strided for me. I like this heifer here a whole lot too, just a little bit steeper in her points, in her shoulder and in her hip, wanting to fight the girl a little bit and really wants to throw that front end out a little bit, but a really good kind of a heifer. Excellent presentation. This heifer here is just a little bit steeper up in that shoulder. I'd like to rock her back just a little bit, give her just a little bit more mass when you get behind her. She's a heifer that's awfully good in terms of lines, like to fix her off of her back third just a little bit. Really a long spine, long leveled hip heifer follows her here, a little bit round her bone. She's a little bit more tubular in her design and her rib, but I have her that you sure got to admire for the length of body she has. This heifer here probably just isn't quite enough heifer, not enough bone, not enough substance, getting higher, a little bit rounder in her type as well. We get into a couple of heifers here. I think probably sort themselves as much on anything as structure. I'd like to loosen them up off their front ends, but I like the youthful appearance they have. They're heifers that are pretty fresh in terms of composition. I'd just like to give them just a little bit more power in the fore rib and soften them up just a little bit to get any higher.
Well, congratulations over here in your junior Angus ring. Out of class 13, first place and congratulations goes to Lauren Walter of Evanston, Illinois with WHM FCF Phyllis 218. Second place in that class and congratulations goes to Connolly Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri with Hillard Pride Ever 2075. Third place in that class exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. Fourth place went to Tristan Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Fifth place was exhibited by Bailey Dutra of Hanford, California. Sixth place went to Emily Collison of Rockwell City, Iowa. Seventh place in that class, and congratulations, Kennedy Kirkpatrick of Poolville, Texas. Eighth place was exhibited by Sydney Rylersdam Shoe of Grangeville, Idaho. Ninth place exhibited by Wyatt Kirk of Aledo, Texas. In 10th place in that class exhibited by Dylan Casardo of Sumner, Illinois. Now in ring one, we're going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge, Mr. Jason Hoffman, will be selecting his champion reserve out of Division 3.
Sorry for taking a little extra time on this class, but I truly do believe it's that close between these top three. The young man's heifer I started off with, to me, she excels in just balance. There's enough of her. Heifer's really good in her spine. She's good in her hips. She's really good off the rear too. She's not the neatest necked and probably the neatest chested one out here in this class, but it's good enough. She balances up. It's tight enough in the bottom of her chest up and through her throat latch. I would like to change the way she goes off her front too. She gets a little opened up. She wants to get a little pigeon-toed and rock them in when she put her in motion. An awful high-quality female. Young lady up here in the front hole. I know I've been in here 100 times in the front hole, and it's hard. They don't want to look at anything in front of them, and she's kind of pulling back on that halter. She's a little different type and kind. I kind of split the two that are a little bit built similar. But to me, I think this one's got some genuine neat pieces about her. She's stout enough when you study her from behind. She's really good in the center portion of her body. I love her underline. She doesn't have quite enough bone or enough foot maybe compared to those on both ends of her. She wants to get a little rounder in her hip and maybe has a little shoulder. But the heifer really sound moving. She's got enough foot size and enough bone for her composition in her frame. She really balances up. Young lady just needs to breed. That's an awful high quality female. Young lady coming in third here, heifer that kind of, when she first come in, hit me pretty hard. And the more I evaluate her, there's a lot of nice pieces. She, like the one that wins the class, a little bigger framed, a little longer sided heifer, heifer that's maybe a little deeper in her neck set. Heifer, I'd just like to change the way she goes off her rear too. She wants to duck in her pins when you put her in motion. She gets a little opened up and outside her skeleton at the surface. A heifer that's got some genuine length and some body and some balance about her. I'd just sure like to drop her down in her spine and maybe change the way she goes off that rear end. The young man's heifer coming in next, like the one that was in second, a little more moderate. She's good bodied. She's good in the front end of her bottom side of her neck. Heifer that maybe I'd like to change the way. She actually acts like she wants to get a little hitch in her get along there on that left rear. But a heifer that gives up some bone and some foot size and some mass compared to those that run in front of her. Young lady's heifer that comes in next just gives up that center portion of that body. I'd like to soften her up, maybe pull her tail head down into her hip. A heifer that just does balance up good from her hook bones forward. She's really an up-headed heifer. With that being said, she's good in her chest floor. She's just pretty deep-necked, kind of thick-necked. Heifer, I'd sure like to give her a little more foot size and let her go with a little more ease and comfort to run any higher. And that being said, with the heifer that rounds out the class, she just needs to soften up. She gets a little parallel bodied. I'd sure like to give her a little more flexibility. She's just a little too straight for me on both ends of her skeleton. She's awfully tight in her spine and her hip when you put her in motion. Just a nice class of females.
Really, another exceptional division of heifers. These heifers probably fit together as much as any division or any classes really we've had so far. Very tickled with how they line out. But this young lady in the green sweater, she'll be your champion. This heifer really grows on me. I can't put my finger on exactly what it is, but she's almost like that gangly young athlete that really turns into something. And I think the pieces are there. That heifer's really good. She's loose everywhere, but she can put herself together. And when you put her on the move, I love how flawless she is. I like her foot size. There's a couple little things I'd like to change, but it's not worth worrying about because this heifer's so solid. And the thing I get the most excited about with this female is I think her best days are long ahead of her. This is the kind to get ready in a year. And then for reserve, it gets pretty close. Young lady, why don't you bring your heifer over here? It gets pretty close between the two heifers on both ends. This heifer walking in, I sure like a lot of things about. She's really, really solid. Probably like to freshen her up a little bit in terms of her composition. And I like the elegance of this heifer up here. It gets really, really close, but I'm going to go ahead and use this heifer here for reserve. And the more you really stop and think about it, maybe it's not that close because she matches our division winner really good. She's laid in neater at the point of her shoulder. She's longer fronted, a little bit fresher in my mind. Just a really, really good division of heifer, so you'll be reserved.
Well, congratulations over here in your junior Angus ring. Division III champion. Congratulations, bred and owned by Lauren Walter of Aviston, Illinois, with WHM FCF Phyllis 218 in reserve in that division. And congratulations. Coming out of Class 11, we'll go to Alexia Stevens of Allendale, Illinois, with FCF Musgrave Proven Queen 228. Now in ring 1, we're going to bring in Class 14 here in your next division. Back over in the red Angus ring, results from your last class, Class 11A. First place and congratulations goes to Hunter Blakely of Oologah, Oklahoma, with JCL Robin 132J. Second place in that class was exhibited by Reese McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. Third place went to Audrey Accord of Madisonville, Texas. Fourth place in that class, and congratulations. We'll go to Hunter Jones of Moundville, Missouri. Fifth place was exhibited by Rhett Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma. And sixth place in that class went to Maddie Walters. Now in ring 2, we have Class 11B, Senior Heifer Calves.
Really an interesting class over here on the red side. I took a little extra time. These top three are a little bit all different type and kind, but it's just getting nitpicking on three really nice heifers. The heifer I'm going to use, to me, she's the freshest in her overall makeup. The heifer is really genuine in the center portion of her body. She's probably not quite as stout as maybe the third place heifer, but the heifer that's probably a little better on her feet and legs. She kind of gets out and goes with quite a bit more comfort. A heifer I'd maybe just like to see a hair more of her compared to the heifer in second, but a heifer I do appreciate her condition this stage of the game. Just a nice high quality female. Young man's heifer that comes in second is sure just the brood cow. Really up-headed, really elegant through the top side of that neck. Really good in the center portion of her body. I love the length of her hip, and I like her spine. I'd sure like to change her foot design on her rear too, let her drive off that rear end with a little more comfort. Maybe just pick her apart and pull her apart in her pin width. She wants to get a little tight there, but a heifer that's really got some good rib cage, really fresh and elite up through that front end. Young man's heifer that comes in third, a heifer that's a little bit more maybe like the class winner, a heifer that's really good in her spine. She's good in her pin width. She's got some length of hip, and boy, she really balances up. To me, I'd like to change her foot design and the way she goes off her rear too. She wants to pull her pins underneath her, gets a little up in her spine. A heifer, though, that's really got some neat pieces and gives you a really nice look from the side. The young man's heifer that comes in next, she gets a little plainer through her head, neck, and chest compared to them three that exceed her. Probably doesn't have quite the dimension in center cavity. She too, like the one in front of her, I'd like to change her rear foot design, let her go and let her drive with a little more comfort. She wants to get a little outside herself when you put her in motion. But a heifer, if we could loosen her up, boy, she's got some muscle and some shape and some doability about her. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer, she gets a little narrow-based for me. She tracking from behind. Heifer that's got some body and some length and some shape. I'd sure just like the way she goes off that, or change the way she goes off them rear two. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, just a very large framed heifer. Heifer, I'll be honest, is just plumb too big for me. Heifer that's big frame, long bodied, a lot of daylight underneath that heifer. Heifer's got some bone and some foot and some length about her. I'd just like to tone her down, her overall composition. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class just gets a little plainer in her overall makeup. She gets a little rounder in her hip, a little plainer up through that head, neck, and chest. I'd sure like to let her go with a little more ease and comfort on the surface. Congratulations, nice top trio heifers.
Well, congratulations. In the Red Angus ring, we have the results of Class 11B. First place and congratulations goes to Reba Prather of Nancy, Kentucky, with HB Miss Pride 188J. Second place in that class and congratulations goes to Luke Platson of Harpers Ferry, Iowa. Third place was exhibited by Grady Giffey of Sparta, Tennessee. Fourth place was exhibited by Gavin Giffey, also of Sparta, Tennessee. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Marcy Howard of Richfield, North Carolina. Sixth place went to Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Seventh place exhibited by Caleb Williams of Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. Now in ring two, we're going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve fall heifers.
Nice lineup of heifers with the class winner. I think does it fairly easily. Just a really good kind of a female. Maybe just a little bit low-fronted, but that's probably picking on a pretty darn good one. She's a big scaled heifer, but I think she's super complete relative to her size. She's long in her spine. She's good out through her hip, and she's as sound as any heifer when you get her on the move. really nicely presented and fresh. Just a very good kind of a heifer. The heifer here in second might not be quite deep enough for some, but I like her shape and I like her angles too. And I think that's a big advantage over like the number 3 heifer and especially number 4. She's more rocked back in her shoulders. She's got a more correct set to her hock. When she gets around, I think she's really good. She could be deeper for some, I'm sure, but I like that upper shape, and she's got some muscle to her as well. The heifer here in third's probably plenty on the moderate size, a little quicker pattern, but I sure like the overall completeness and the substance this heifer's got, and I think she moves good enough to go ahead and beat the heifer here in fourth. This heifer's really a big scaled heifer, eye appealing as can be on the standstill. This heifer doesn't want to really cooperate, but when she does get out and go, she just isn't quite right in her angle. She wants to twist out up front, and she's a little steep in that shoulder. It gets a little short strided when she gets out here as well. In terms of depth of body and size and scale, though, this heifer's got a tremendous amount of good in her. The heifer here that follows her, a little bit steeper, a little bit lower fronted. She's a long-bodied heifer that's good out through her hip. She's really long relative to her size, just a little bit too low and tied up in that front third. Really nice heifer, follows her just a little bit more on the clubby side for me. Gets a little choppier strided and some too. Most of that's due to her front end, but I think she's a heifer relative to her size, is extremely long, and she's got some pin width to her as well. I like this heifer, really fresh in terms of presentation. She's a heifer that's got some shape to her, just a little bit too round, primarily up in that front third. After it concludes the class, I really like this young man's demeanor and how he handles himself out here. He's had a couple good heifers. They need to be just a little bit deeper. And I think going forward, we talked about it a little bit, I think this heifer's got a lot of good pieces. She's really long. Back 2/3 are ideal. I like to rock her back in her shoulder some.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, we're in the fall heifer calf division. The young man's heifer that won that first class, a heifer that's really good in the center portion of her body. She's good bone, she's good footed. She wants to get just ever so slightly, maybe run downhill. I'd like to maybe just clean her up in the bottom of that chest. I do like her on the top side of that neck. She just has a little extra for me in that chest floor. A heifer, when you watch her go from behind, I'd like to maybe just pull her apart a few inches. She wants to get a little tracks a little narrow, but she does take a big, long, genuine stride. Young man's heifer that wins that second class, a heifer that's really good in her spine, good in her hip, got plenty of shape when you study her from behind. She's good off her rear, too. She really drives and plants them correctly. The front, too, like I said in class, she's a little bit pigeon-toed, if you will. Boy, her knee is rocked back good from the side. You just kind of got to watch her the farther she gets along in condition and just keep her leaned up so she kind of keeps them underneath her. Heifer that's good in her chest floor. Now, she, unlike the one that wins in front class in front of her, she gets a little plainer and deeper from the top of her neck to the bottom of her throat. But a heifer that's so good in her forerib. I like the way her shoulder lays into her. I love her underline. Really a long, level hip, stout-made female. Young man's heifer that won that third class. I just said, really congratulate him on as far as the condition. I love the freshness of them. I love her foot and I love her bone. She's got a lot of flexibility about her. Heifer that's really neat when you study her from the side. Heifer that's not as stout as the one in front of her in the center portion of her quarter down into her stifle, but she is big backed and she's got some loin edge to her and some turn to her rib cage. Just an awful fresh made kind of a female. I love her structure. Heifer, I'm going to go out and get you a champion in reserve. Let's give these guys in this division a round of applause.
Well, congratulations back over here in your junior Angus ring. Results, the class 14 first place was exhibited by Jack Dameron of Towanda, Illinois with Seldom Rest Sandy 2030. Second place in that class exhibited by Jackson Dean McCurry with VZR Missy 2219. Third place in that class exhibited by Shelby Phillips of Stanton, Texas. Fourth place was exhibited by Elaine Toledo. Fifth place in that class, and congratulations goes to Rebecca Derler Sixth place, and congratulations will go to Kelsey Ray Thies. Seventh place in that class, exhibited by Bracy Leanne Cagle, and eighth place went to Dylan Casaroto. Now in ring one, we have class 15. And over in your red Angus ring, your champion fall heifer coming out of class 11B. Congratulations to Reba Prather of Nancy, Kentucky, with HB Miss Pride 188J. And your reserve champion's going to come out of the class before that. That'll go to Hunter Blakely, Oologah, Oklahoma, with JCL Robin 132J. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. We're now going to look for class 14 late summer yearling heifers.
Single entry over here in the red Angus side. Heifer that's really well balanced heifer. She's good feet and legs. She's big bone. She's sound moving. Heifer, I'd maybe just like to pull her down just ever so slightly in that center portion of her body. But a heifer, her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. She has a little chest out there, but boy, that's got a really good maternal look about her. Just a high quality heifer to be out here. I'd sure like to see her back out here.
Well, congratulations in the red Angus ring, class 14. First place was exhibited by Riley Morris of Ash Grove, Missouri, with LHT Casey's Savior 417. We'll now look to see class 15. These will be summer yearling heifers. This will be your last class in this division.
This class here is awesome. All the way from the top, got an awesome class winner. The fundamentals are all there, the extra looks there, the balance and the chemistry's all there, bones there. It's a very good female. The heifer here in second I like a lot. Maybe a little bit plainer in a spot or two than the heifer in third, but I think fundamentally and just a little bit more chest width, I think she has an advantage here. I like this heifer a lot in terms of depth. Just a very good kind of a female, maybe tone her up just a little bit in terms of her composition, but I think that's a very good female, and she's probably just right enough in that shoulder and just enough more bone to go ahead and get over this heifer in third. Young lady does a good job and really tried with her. I love the freshness of this heifer. She just barely has enough bone. She just barely has enough forerib, but she is long and very attractive and lays a lot of muscle down over her top and back through her hip. Very good kind of a female. The heifer here in fourth, love the presentation of this heifer. She doesn't have the overall dimension or mass of some of the heifers ahead of her, but that's a really, really nice type of a heifer. She's better off of her front too than this heifer here. This heifer wants to twist out a little bit, and I'd like to make her more correct in her feet too. Just put a little bigger foot underneath of her, but that's a really good heifer. On the standstill, the back 2/3 of that heifer are phenomenal. We get into a heifer that's a little bit more awkward relative to the class. She doesn't have as much shape. She's a little bit lower necked. Doesn't have the overall sweep to her belly like some of those. She doesn't have the lower quarter. I think the biggest thing is how she handles her hind two when you ask her to move. But that's a big, high-performing heifer that does have a lot of good in her. I don't want to pick on her one bit because it'd be tough to make many that good. But that's just how deep this class is. I like this young man's heifer a whole lot. I wanted to like her and work her up a little bit higher. Just a little too short and choppy when you get her going. I'd like to see her loosen up a little bit, primarily out of that shoulder, and I think she'd find herself higher. We get into a heifer here, a little bit deeper and shorter necked, a little bit more stale up through that front third, but I think she's a heifer balances out nice in terms of having some depth of rib and being level out through that hip and got enough performance to get over this heifer. It concludes the class. This heifer here has got some good in her relative to her size, probably got about as much shape as any heifer in the class. Just gets outperformed by the heifers ahead of her.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. We have the results from Class 15. First place and congratulations goes to Josie Brooke Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky with SULL Lucy 2101K. Second place in that class and congratulations Jack Dameron of Towanda, Illinois with EXAR Princess 2698. Third place in that class was exhibited by Josie Hopper of Maysville, Kentucky. Fourth place, exhibited by Ty Collins of Perkins, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Sydney Pearl Johnson of Orlando, Oklahoma. Sixth place in that class, and congratulations will go to Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. Seventh place was exhibited by Logan Suits. Eighth place in that class was exhibited by Kagan Baguette. Ninth place, and congratulations will go to Lyle Perrier. Now in ring one, we're bringing in Class 16.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, a little bit of a challenging class for me. It's kind of give and take. Young lady's heifer that starts off the class, just a long-bodied, bold-sprung, up-headed female heifer that's got some bone and some flexibility about her. I'd sure like to maybe gather them off her rear too and maybe put them underneath her just ever so slightly. She wants to get a little wide when you watch her walk from behind. She maybe wants to duck her pins. Boy, there's just a lot of genuine quality of cattle about that heifer. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, just kind of the same song and dance, heifer that's got some length of body. She's a little bit more moderate frame, heifer that's really good in the top side of her neck. Maybe has a little, I'd like to change her underline, tighten her up in that navel, maybe just drop her down in her forerib and her heart. She gets a little pinched, but a heifer that's long striding, maybe just doesn't have the bone and the foot size that the heifer exceeds her, and not the hair coat, but I'd just like to fill her out there behind her shoulders. Young man's heifer that comes in next, just a big frame, kind of a coarse-made female heifer that just Neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's good in the center portion of her body. I'd like to really pull her tail head down in between her hip there. Just give her a little more length and extension there in the front part of her body. But a heifer that's just got a lot of meat and muscle and a lot of rib shape to her. Young man's heifer that comes in next, a little bit of a parallel-bodied heifer. I'd sure like to drop her down in her center body, give her a little bit more condition and sweep to that rib cage. Heifer that's probably got as much muscle as any heifer in the class when you study her from behind. Heifer just maybe gives up some flexibility and some balance and eye appeal compared to those that run in front of her. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class, a heifer that's big bone and got some foot size and some bone. I'd like to just change her hip design, soften her up there in her rear rib cage down through her flank and twist, maybe give her a little more muscle and shape down her spine, loin edge, into her quarter and stifle. Heifer's sure got some length and some bone and some foot. Sure just like to beef her up when you study her from behind. Congratulations. Interesting class of females.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring. Results from Class 15. First place will go to Macy Weems of Eustis, Texas with OTTB Raspberry 184. Second place and congratulations to Veronica Lentz of Creston, Iowa. Third place was exhibited by Grady Sheeing of Watonga, Oklahoma. Fourth place and congratulations will go to Clint Harrington. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Carly McCracken. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, and our judge, Mr. Craig Sand, will be selecting his champion reserve here in the intermediate division.
Well, not a lot of numbers in this intermediate division, but I do think we got some quality over here. Young man single entry here moments ago. Heifer that's really well balanced. She's good bone, she's good footed, she's sound moving, she's good in her underline. Like I said in class, I really like the top side of her neck. She gets a little chest pushed out there for me, but that's an awfully high quality female. Young ladies, heifer calf or fall heifer that had just won that last class, a heifer like I just said in class. Really up-headed, bold-sprung, stout-made female. Heifer just gives up maybe some structure compared to the heifer in that single entry class, but a heifer that's got some really nice genuine pieces. I'm going to use your young man single entry for the champion and young lady that won the second class for reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in your Red Angus ring, your intermediate champion heifer coming out of Class 14. Congratulations, Riley Morris of Ashgrove, Missouri, with LHT Casey's Savior 417. And reserve champion was exhibited by Macy Weems of Eustis, Texas. We'll now look to see Class 18 here in Ring 2. These will be April Spring Yearling heifers.
a challenging class here. This heifer here wins the class. She's plenty. For me, I just think there's a lot of heifer there, probably too far along in terms of her composition, but I do think she puts a tremendous amount of good together. She gets around really good relative to the way she's made. She's bold, she's deep, she's thick enough. Just a really good heifer. I'd like to tone her down quite a bit for right now at this stage of the game to make a yearling, but that's not totally the heifer's fault. And I think when you break them apart, she's got as much good in her as anything in the class. I like this heifer a whole lot. I like the pieces, and it gets really close, and she's wanting to give this young man a fit, and I feel for him. But he did a good job sticking with her and holding his composure. This heifer, just a little more stale, like her hair coat, and so she doesn't catch you right away, but the more you study her, the more you like her. There's a lot of good in this heifer. She moves plenty good enough, probably doesn't have the bone of the class winner or just the overall mass. This heifer's awfully good, just a little bit more on the stale side. Like to stouten her up a little bit off those hind too, also when you get her to move and pull her apart. Those are two really, really good heifers. The heifer here in third, I love the type and kind of. She gets outmassed a little bit, and that's not why she's third. She's just a little tighter. When you get her to go, I'd like to loosen her up a little bit. On the standstill, I love her. I love her youthfulness and her design. If there's enough heifer there when it's all said and done, we'll see. The heifer here behind her, I think labors a little bit more off of both ends than the heifers ahead of her. I'd like to pull this heifer apart in her chest, and while doing that, maybe rock her back and her shoulder just a little bit. And I'd like to deepen her up in her twist as well. But you get off of them on the side, and man, you talk about one big stout female with a tremendous amount of bone. It's definitely her. A lot of really good pieces in that heifer, well presented. Nice type of a heifer. I'd just like to pull her apart underneath a little bit more. She's enough more loosened up in her top and hip than this heifer that follows her. This heifer just a little bit tighter spined, wide pinned, and really, really thick, and got some good to her. I'd just like to rock her back in her shoulder and loosen her up a little bit. Get into another heifer here. I sure like the type and design of, like the femininity of a whole bunch. Just a little bit more restricted in that front end. Gets outpowered in terms of bone. I'd like to just loosen her up and make her fill her stride. Pretty tight in that hock as well, but a very, very nice, very refined, very feminine type of heifer. The heifer here that follows her is long and extended over that top. She's really square topped and really square hipped. Just doesn't level out as nice as some of the heifers ahead of her. We conclude with a heifer that's probably got the least amount of WDA. That's not why she is where she is. She doesn't balance out as good. A little bit deeper necked relative to the design everywhere else. Like to deepen her up and put more bone and a little more performance on this heifer, but she's awfully good. She's a really unique breeding piece as well.
Well, congratulations in our Junior Angus ring. Results of Class 16, your final class here in Division 4. First place and congratulations goes to Cooper Allen Beaver of Neosho, Missouri with UDE Forever Lady 2009. Second place in that class and congratulations to Brax Parker Friedrich of Stephenville, Texas with Connolly Sandy 2957. Third place in that class was exhibited by Cody Robert York of Palestine, Illinois. Fourth place went to Clara Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa. Fifth place in that class was exhibited by Ben Selmeyer. Sixth place and congratulations will go to Grant Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Seventh place in that class was exhibited by Stevie Hogue of Seminole, Oklahoma. Eighth place was exhibited by Brody Roush of Edmond, Oklahoma. Now in ring one, we're going to bring in your first and seconds, and Mr. Hoffman will be selecting his champion reserve here in Division 4.
Really good class over here on the Red Angus side. It's a little give and take. Boy, the top four, there's sure some different type and kinds. The young lady's heifer I started off with just gives you that silhouette. Heifer that's really bold sprung. She's really good in her spine. She's adequate in her bone. She's good in her foot shape. Heifer that's not probably the leanest one out here, but she's sure not the heaviest conditioned either. She is a little bit more moderate in her overall frame, but boy, I think there's a lot of genuine about that one. I really like the way her shoulder lays into her, how her fore rib ties in there, down into her heart girth. An awfully, awfully nice female. Young lady's heifer that comes in second, probably carrying a little too much condition for me today. A heifer that's really bold sprung. She's adequate in her foot and bone. She has some shape down her top. She isn't quite as sharp and as quite as long hip maybe as the heifer that exceeds her, but a heifer for as much mass and body she has. She's really not just gross up through that head, neck, and chest. She can really get out and travel. Just an awfully nice, moderate frame, soggy kind of a female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, the next two in line are a little bit same type and kind. Maybe got a little more elevation, a little bit more length. To me, I'd like to see this heifer kind of get out and go off her front two a little better. She wants to get out and paddle pretty hard. When you watch her go away, she wants to get a little bit outside her skeleton. She's probably got as much muscle and as square and long and as hip as any in the class. I just like to free her up when you put her in motion. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, she too, a really long-bodied heifer. It's got a little bit more frame. A heifer that's really gives you a neat silhouette. I just like to pull her tail head and her overall pin or grow bone set down into her hip just ever so slightly. Shorten up her teats. She looks like she's going to have some pretty long teats on her when she comes into calf. Heifer that's got some length of stride, some length of body. She's really up-headed and elegant. I'd sure just like the way she kind of wants to grab the ground off them front two. She wants to roll in just ever so slightly and get a little pigeon-toed, if you will, but an awfully high-quality female. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, she probably just doesn't have the muscle shape when you study her from behind. She gets pretty narrow behind her shoulder there, down her spine and into her quarter. A heifer that's good in the center portion of her body. She's adequate in her bone and her foot. She's really up-headed and long in the top side of her neck. I'd maybe just like the angle to her knee to the ground and probably pull her chest floor back into her, but an awful nice heifer. The young lady's heifer that comes in next probably gives up that body and power to run any higher. Heifer just gets a little parallel bodied. She needs a little more shape and turn to that lower cavity. Maybe just let her go with a little more ease and comfort when you ask her to go. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class, just a stout powerhouse kind of a female. She's just given up some structure issues today. I'd sure like to let her go with a little more ease and comfort also when you let her go. Heifer that can maybe just tone down in overall condition. Nice quality set of heifers in that class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring. Results from Class 18. First place will go to Morley Griffith of Shawnee, Oklahoma, with MHG Barcelona 107J. Second place, and congratulations, Olivia Naylor of Connorsville, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by Tucker Meyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin. Fourth place in that class went to Madeline McLean of Thomas, Oklahoma. Fifth place exhibited by Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Sixth place went to Bella Wadey of Millsap, Texas, and seventh to Amelia Beatty. Now over here in ring 2, we have Class 19 March Spring Yearling Heifers.
Really a neat division and several good classes represented and several excellent breeding pieces. The division winner is a phenomenal female, but it's a lot closer than what I thought it was going to be. But I do think she puts the most good up, and that'll be this young lady's heifer right here. Love the style and design and youthfulness and the body and the shape of this heifer. Just all the fundamentals are there with all the extra pieces too. And then this young man up here, you'll be reserved. That's a phenomenal heifer. A lot of performance, neat up through her front end, really deep. I just like the scale and the shape of our division winner a little bit better. but two very, very phenomenal females.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Congratulations to Division 4 champion. Your champion is Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with SULL Lucy 2101K, and reserve champion in that division coming out of class 14. Congratulations to Jack Dameron of Towanda, Illinois, with Seldom Rest Sandy 2030. We'll now look to start your next division here in our Junior Angus show. This will be class 17.
Golly. If somebody would have told me a heifer like this was going to be second and I was at home, I would think that the judge got into one of these shops down here in Oklahoma or Colorado, but I know that wasn't the case. This heifer's phenomenal. I mean, she is absolutely phenomenal. She's probably big enough, but she is flawless, especially on the standstill. She's a handful. I wanted to give her ample time, try and get her set up and work with her, but she is absolutely phenomenal. This first place heifer, she's lights out. She's fresh. I like her presentation. I can buy into a lot of things on this heifer. I love her presentation, but most of all, I love her freshness. I love the look she has through that head and neck, how it lays into her shoulder, her depth's right, her muscles right. She moves better today. When you get them going, that's what sorts the pair. Maybe she's a little after pasture, and I couldn't argue that. Maybe that's her advantage. Big deal. I wouldn't call her too weak there at all. This heifer's awesome. This heifer here in second's awesome. I feel bad for beating her. This heifer's really, really, really good. She doesn't have the advantage getting around today as our class winner. Way to stick with her. That's an awesome heifer. Heifer here in third, I like a whole lot of things about. This is a really neat heifer as well. Could have won a lot of classes today, just a little bit straighter up in that front end than what I'd like. Probably doesn't have the base width of the heifers ahead of her and doesn't get off of her hind legs as well, but that's a really, really good kind of a heifer. Heifer here in fourth, a little bit plainer and a little bit more stale, like in that chine. Got a lot of length to her neck, maybe not as cut and as good looking as the ones ahead of her, but that's a really good heifer. Tremendous amount of length and production in that female. Heifer here that follows her, another excellent breeding piece. On the standstill, your heifer's got a lot of power to her, you know, just a lot of natural substance, a lot of muscle, deep ribbed. That's a really, really good heifer. The heifer here, it concludes the class, just a little bit straighter up in that front end. She's the pounds light heifer. It's not why she is where she is. I don't know if she'll catch those other heifers in terms of performance, but you can dang sure breed around that.
Well, an interesting class over here. The heifer I started with, to me, she just kind of hit me pretty hard as far as freshness and overall composition when she walked in. I love her condition and where she's at this stage of the game. Heifer that's really good in the center portion of her body. She's not the biggest bone or the biggest footed one out here, but she uses them. She gets out and drives and has a lot of flexibility to her. She's really good from hooks to pin. She's wide pin. She's got some shape down her top, really fresh in the top side of her neck. Just a high quality heifer to start the class. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer, really a sound moving heifer. She's really good in balance. She's really up-headed. A heifer that maybe just I'd like to pull her tail head down in between her ever so slightly, maybe pick her up in her loin. Just pull her apart in as far as terms of pin width. She's good in her top. I just like to see a little more pin width and spread in that heifer when you study her from behind. The young man's heifer that comes in next, just kind of a longer bodied, bold sprung type of a heifer. I'd like to just free her up. She gets tight in her hip when you put her in motion. She kind of wants to kick outside of herself. A heifer that I do appreciate her size. I appreciate her condition. She's really fresh in the top side of her neck. Heifer I think is going to go out and have a really nice udder. I just like to pull her legs up underneath her and let her flow with a little more ease and comfort, but just a nice quality female. Young man's heifer that comes in next, it just got too much condition for me up through that front 1/3. She just gets a little plainer and shorter and jammed up. But a heifer from her shoulder back, I love her forerib. I like the way the shoulder lays into her. She's good in her underline. She's good hipped. She's got some presence about her. I just like to tone her down in that front 1/3 and take a little flesh off that chest, floor, and neck. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's a little different type and kind. She's a little bigger framed, a little longer bodied. She just a little deep neck from the top of her neck to the bottom of her throat latch. She's a long spined heifer and got a good length of hip to her. I'd like to pull her tail head down in her ever so slightly. just when you study her from behind, she gets a little flat and washed away in that center quarter and that stifle. I'd just like to see a little more red meat and a little more shape when you study her from behind. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's kind of what you see is what you get. She's just adequate in bone and foot. I'd like to see her have a little more flex on that rear hock. I really like her in the center portion of her body. She gets pulled up in her heart girth. I'd like to change her udder line and maybe have a little sleeker, neater underline. A heifer, I'd just like to see her get out and go with a little more flex. The young lady's heifer comes in next, just a meat and potatoes heifer, stout built, a little bit coarse built. She's big bone. She has some foot. She's pushing a little extra condition. Like she too, I'd like to clean up in that underline, just give her a little more natural rib shape. She gets a little navel. She gets picked up in her flank and in the bottom of her heart. But a heifer, boy, she is wide and she has got a lot to her when you watch her going away. Young man's heifer comes in next, a heifer that's really long-bodied, really up-headed, really elegant through her head and neck. Heifer just needs a little softness. She needs to change her foot design. She gets a little long-toed. She wants to get a little rigid on her rear too. She wants to use all of her hock and not a lot of her pastern. And with that being said, she uses it and she gets a little pulled in and a little narrow-based. Heifer that just needs to get out and go. The next heifer in line, just a little bit harder bellied heifer, doesn't have the softness of the rib cage these other heifers have. Sure like to change her teat design. She gets a little tangled up down there. Heifer that's got some muscle when you study her. She's really nice through her fore-rib, shoulder, and neck and head. I just like to soften her up. Maybe pick her pins up when you put her in motion. She wants to duck her pins and get up underneath herself. But an interesting heifer and an outlier of this group. The heifer that runs out the class here, heifer that's got a lot to her. She's stout when you study her from behind. She just too opened up on both sides of her skeleton. She gets pretty wide in her chest floor. She doesn't have a lot of flexibility off her rear too. And she too, I'd like to soften up, maybe clean her up in her underline. Interesting class of females. Congratulations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into our placings of our last two classes here in your Junior Angus and Red Angus shows, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the Secretary of Agriculture here in the great state of Oklahoma, Blaine Arthur.
Well, thank you very much. So glad to have everyone here. I know we've got folks from over 40 different states that are exhibiting cattle, but I'm very excited to make an introduction to you all here this morning. Certainly a very familiar face to us here in Oklahoma agriculture. I'm very proud to have the opportunity to work for him. Probably a familiar face to some of you here in the ring as well, but glad to introduce for some comments the governor of the great state of Oklahoma, Governor Kevin Stitt.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Blaine. We truly have the best Secretary of Ag in the entire country, Blaine Arthur, so thank you for your leadership, and welcome everybody from around the country. We're so excited that you're here in Oklahoma and celebrating with us our way of life and the agricultural community, and we just wanted to show our support and continue to make this event bigger and bigger every single year, and so our state is investing in the facilities to make sure your stay is great in Oklahoma. So again, thanks so much for being here and making this a great show. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's put our hands together and thank the Secretary of Ag, Blaine Arthur, and our governor here in the great state of Oklahoma, Kevin Stitt. Well, back over in the Angus ring, we do have the results from Class 17. Congratulations, your first place exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with Core Annie Lou, 24K to 30K. Second place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Josie Brooke Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. Third place was exhibited by Cutter Scasta of Medill, Oklahoma, with Core Annie Lou, 24K to 31K. Fourth place in that class was exhibited by Kara Cummins of Hollis, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Grayson Conan of Rock Valley, Iowa, in 6th place in that class, and congratulations to Christian Fisher. Now in ring 1, we have Class 18 here in your Junior Angus Show. In ring 2, the results from Class 19 here in your National Red Angus Show. First place and congratulations went to Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi with HH Moonbeam 1128. Second place in that class was exhibited by Reagan Cray of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Third place and congratulations, James Tripp, Nardin, Oklahoma. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Emma Anderson of Hayes, Kansas. Fifth place and congratulations will go to Kip Wallace of Emerald, Wisconsin, and also to Lauren Goki of State Center, Iowa. Sixth place in that class exhibited by Carly Jo Kleeman of Bramer, Missouri. Seventh place exhibited by Premier Reds in Yukon, Oklahoma. Eighth place and congratulations will go to Clayton Wyatt St. John of Gainesville, Texas. Ninth place and congratulations goes to Abigail Spivey of Maybank, Texas. And 10th place and congratulations went to Bella Wadey of Millsap, Texas. Currently in ring 2, our judge, Mr. Craig Sands, is selecting his champion reserve here in your senior intermediate heifer division.
Heifer's awesome in the center portion of her body and her forerib and the way her shoulder lays into her. I'd like to lean her up just a hair for this stage of the game, but man, like I say, that's getting picky on an awfully, really nice heifer. The young man's heifer that wins that second class, a heifer that's just really fresh in her overall design, and that's maybe where she excels, that class winner. In the first class, she's a little fresher, a little tidier. Heifer maybe gives up some bone and maybe gives up some athleticness compared to the heifer in front of her. Maybe just not quite as good in the top behind them shoulders and maybe down into that forerib, the heifer that wins the first class, but awfully a nice female. She's really good in her spine. She's good hips. She's good hooks to pins, and she's got enough shape and dimension when you study her from behind. I'm going to take another look and get you a champion in reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Fundamentally, I think this heifer has to win. I think she's the soundest on her feet and legs. I really like her angles. relative to the class, she could maybe have a little bit more gas to her. I don't know. She's plenty big enough. Got a big vulva on her, just a lot of very useful pieces. A lot of mass, structural soundness, and added presence. And be that sharp-fronted to have that kind of body, I think is very phenomenal as well. When you get behind her, there's really something to her. Proportionally, she excels in this class. The heifer here in second, I love the mass and the broodiness and the power and dimension of this heifer a lot. A little bit straighter up in that front end. That's getting nitpicky. She's not as typey. She's not as good looking. Probably doesn't have the completeness of our class winner, but this is a phenomenal female in terms of mass and volume and length. Carries that depth all the way back to her flank. I think the thing I like the most about her, for how long-bodied she is, how well she holds herself together throughout. Really good kind of a female. Like to free her up and just make her glide more like our class winner. A heifer here on third, I like a whole bunch. And she really fits together there with that second place heifer. She's kind of wanting to drive those front or those hind ankles down just a little bit. She's just a little bit tight in them. Just maybe freshen her up a little bit through her front third for the longevity of this heifer's career, but I think she's awfully good. If she had a bigger foot under her, I think she'd get higher as well. But there's a tremendous amount of good in her. She's super deep-bodied. She's really a long-muscled heifer. I think that's something very unique about her as well. This heifer kind of fits the type of our class winner in some ways. Just don't know if there's enough heifer. Presentation's phenomenal, very fresh, very baby calf looking. I like a lot of things about her. Will she have enough gas as we go? I don't know yet, but that's an awfully good heifer. She's big barreled and thick as well. The heifer here that follows her, really long and extended and more extended. She doesn't give you that eye appeal, probably not as fresh as the heifer ahead of her, nor does she have as much base width. But I think this is a very, very good heifer. We get into some heifers here that there's some give and take on. Every time this heifer parks, she really wanted to throw that front end out. Tons and tons of power. I'd just like to reconstruct her through her front third. Get down into some heifers that there's some give and take. Exceptional length of body here, a little bit tighter in that forerib. And when you get off of this heifer, I thought she was pretty shallow relative to the class, but unbelievable length. She's got some pin width, just a very good kind of a heifer. Young man's heifer here, she kind of labors a little bit when she gets around the ring, primarily out of her front end, but I'd like to stouten her up just a little bit more, give her some more sweep and dimension. But again, another really good heifer. Young man that concludes the class, exceptionally good breeding piece, really got some muscle up high in her. Like to thicken her up a little bit when you get behind her. Primarily, I'd like to change her though structurally and free her up a little bit off both ends.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Red Angus ring, we have the results from your last division. Your senior intermediate champion heifer coming out of Class 18. Congratulations, Morley Griffith of Shawnee, Oklahoma, with MHG Barcelona 107J. And congratulations to the reserve champion, HH Moonbeam 1128, exhibited by Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Now in the ring, we have Class 22 here in your next division. This is February Junior Yearling Heifers. Back over in the Angus ring, we have the results from Class 18. Congratulations going to Madeline. Exhibited by Emma Ann Armstrong of Unionville, Tennessee. Sixth place went to Kyra Grace Meyer of Blue Hill, Nebraska. Seventh place was exhibited by Allie Harton of Medill, Oklahoma. Eighth place, and congratulations to Kai Lindbauer of Palmyra, Missouri. And ninth place in that class was exhibited by Thomas Edward Hulse of Hannibal, Missouri. Now in ring one, we have Class 19. This will be your final class here in Division 5. We would like to let all of our Red Angus exhibitors know that after the selection of your champion reserve female, we will be taking a photo break prior to starting our percentage show. Once again, to our Red Angus exhibitors, after the selection of our grand and reserve grand champion females, we are going to take a photo break prior to starting your percentage show.
Well, an exceptional class over here. This is a deep class from one end to the other. The young man's heifer I started off with, wow, she's fresh, she's sound. That thing can motor scoot around the ring. She's bold sprung. She's not as stout as the heifer in second, I'll admit that. But I like the way her knee rocks back into her. She's really up-headed female. She's got a little bit of chest pushing out front, but I mean, being an older female, she's fine. She's not too much. Heifer's really sound moving. I love her balance. I love her presence and her eye appeal. And like I say, she's not as wide and maybe down her spine and into the top part of her hip down through her quarter as a heifer in second, but she sure can get out and roll with authority. Awfully high quality female to start this class. Not taking anything away from this young man's female in second. Just a really well balanced female. She's up-headed, maybe has a hair more condition on her than the heifer that exceeds her. I'd like to maybe just pull her knee just into her list ever so slightly when you put her in motion. She wants to get a little opened up down there in the bottom of her chest, but that's an awfully nice female. Got plenty of shape down her top and into her quarter. Really a wide pin female. I really like the way she goes off her rear too. Maybe just like to tighten her up in her overall condition, but boy, there's a lot to that female. Young man's heifer that comes in next just kind of ran into two awfully nice ones. This heifer's really up-headed, really smooth made. Heifer, I need to pull her down, maybe in her tail head, down in between her pin bones, but a heifer that's got some bone and some foot and can really get out and go. I'd just like to see a little bit more shape. She wants to maybe kick them a little bit wide when she goes away from you, but give her a little more shape in that hind quarter, but that's an awfully high-quality female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, just kind of the outlier. She's a really big framed heifer. I'll be honest, she's plenty big for me. Heifer that kind of has some pieces to go with it. She's really bold sprung. She's good in the center portion of her body. She's got some balance and some attractiveness. I just sure like to maybe tone her down in her overall framework, maybe have a little less daylight when she get her going. The heifer that comes in next, she's too like the one a couple ahead of her, a heifer that just really good in the center portion of her body. She's up-headed. She maybe gets a little thick there and plain in her chest floor, maybe gives up some bone and foot compared to those around her, but a heifer that's just genuine in her overall appearance. Maybe like to shorten her teat design up ever so slightly. Young lady's heifer that comes in next just gets a little plainer in her overall balance and eye appeal. She gets a little chesty, maybe a little over-conditioned. I'd sure like to change her in her underline, smooth her up down there in her heart and her forerib, but an awfully nice female. Young man's heifer is kind of the same song and dance as the one that come in front of her. She needs to drop a little bit in her center cavity for me. She needs to be a little softer in her twist down in through her flank. Heifer that could just use a little bit more middle, maybe change the way she goes. She wants to do a lot off her hock and not a lot off her pastern. Heifer just needs a little more shape. The young man's heifer that rounds out the class, maybe just like I said, just doesn't have maybe quite the balance and eye appeal that those in front of her. She gets a little sharp hock. She wants to get a little narrow base tracking from behind. She maybe gives up some genuine width and dimension when you study her from behind. But an awful nice class of females. Two really, really good ones on the top end. Congratulations.
Probably as good a class from top to bottom as we've had yet today. I'm going to go ahead and start with this heifer here up front. There's just a little more softness to this heifer. She's a little deeper designed. She's a long-bodied heifer. One big thing is she's definitely more rocked back in her shoulder than our second place heifer. I think it gets extremely close though. And I'm wanting to tell myself, that this heifer is just more tone because she's got that look, but at the same time, she's got more brisket deposited already than this first place heifer. This heifer wins the class. So neat up through that head and neck. I like the cowiness to her. I like how it lays in. I like the slope to her shoulder. When you get her in motion, I think she's plenty good as well. Got something to her. You can live with every part of her, and boy, does she fit together well. The heifer here in second, I like a whole lot. Like I said, she's probably a little bit steeper up through that front third. Got a little bit more brisket than that heifer that wins the class. That's splitting hairs because these are two phenomenal heifers. A lot of shape to this heifer. Just a tremendous amount of good. And I think just quality-wise and femininity gets over this heifer here in third. I like this heifer a whole lot in terms of cowiness, and she kept growing on me, and she was easy to work up because she's so fundamental, and her fundamentals are in the right places. I mean, she's just so cowy and so well-made and well-presented. This is a very nice heifer. Not as elite as the two heifers ahead of her, and probably like to pull her apart pins just a little bit. Then we get into some heifers that kind of tied together for the bottom of this class, and I hate beating heifers like this because a lot of people could rival getting them higher, but I can't today. These heifers don't have quite as much forerib to them, not as much bone or as substance as some of the class winners, but these are some really good heifers here. I just like, they're just a little bit gangly when they get out here. I'd like to pull them apart, give them some more base width. They really fit together about as good as any lineup of heifers we've had, but from top to bottom, a phenomenal class.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Red Angus ring, coming out of Class 22, first place, exhibited by Tucker Beyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin, with TC Fancy 09J. Second place in that class was exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Third place, and congratulations, goes to Luke Borkland of Henning, Minnesota. Fourth place, and congratulations, goes to Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Fifth place, exhibited by Paige Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Sixth place, exhibited by Caden Smith, Shiner, Texas. Seventh place went to Grady Sheeing of Watonga, Oklahoma. And eighth place in that class, exhibited by Cameron Crow of Providence, Texas. Now in ring 2, we have Class 23, January Junior Yearling Heifers.
Oh, a nice pair of heifers over here on the Red Angus side. The heifer I started with, just bold sprung and stouter made female. Heifer's got some length of spine and some upheadedness. She's good bone. She's shorter toed and more ideal in foot shape and size. Heifer gets a little coarse-teated for me. I'm just a little concerned about what she's going to do as an udder later on. But a heifer that's got some genuine width and some dimension and some flexibility. Just a nice quality heifer to start the class. Young man's heifer that comes in second, a little longer spined heifer, maybe gives up some turn in that center portion of her body. She gets a little cut up in her flank and her twist compared to that heifer that wins the class, maybe gives up some muscle shape when you study her from behind. I'd sure like to shorten up her foot design there, maybe give her a hoof trimming. I think she has an all right foot. I'd just like to just shorten it up and get it pinched down there just ever so slightly. Two high quality heifers. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 23 over here in the Red Angus Ring. First place will go to Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas, with Rojas I'm through talking 14:38. In second place in that class, exhibited by Colton Jones of Mountville, Missouri. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Our judge will select his junior champion reserve. Back over in the Angus Ring, results from your last class here in Division 5. First place and congratulations went to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with UDE Queen Ruth 2003. Second place exhibited by Mercedes Ferree, Sullivan, Indiana. Second place went to Jay Paxson of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Abigail Koenig of De Leon, Texas. Fifth place and congratulations, Leslie Schaefer. Sixth place exhibited by Ashton Moole of Lexington, Illinois.
Probably, well, not probably. As many good ones throughout this division as what we've seen in any division yet today. One super elite one to win. This young man up here will have the champion female. Second place didn't make it back out here, so I'm going to go with the young lady here on the end for reserve. But even this young lady in the middle here, your heifer is phenomenal. These two match up awfully good in terms of size and scale and length, and I like them a whole lot. But this heifer that wins is really, really elite.
Not a lot of numbers in this junior yearling division, but sure got some quality out here. I'm really pleased with these class winners in these second class. The young man's heifer that won that first class, just a tough class. Those two are elite kind of females, just really good in terms of body and skeleton and flexibility, really a lot of show ring presence. The young lady's heifer that won that second class, just a heifer that's a little more moderate, maybe gives up a little pizzazz compared to them two that win that first class. Like I said in class, I like to change her teat design, maybe just give her a little more comfort when you watch her walk away, but an awful nice, genuine female. I'm going to use your first two class winner, your first and second out of your first class, be your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back in our junior Angus Ring out of class Division 5. Your champion went to back number 10200, Core Annie Lou 24K to 30K. Congratulations to Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana, and reserve champion in Division 5. Go to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with UDE Queen Ruth 2003. We'll now look to start your next division here in our Angus Ring. We're going to bring in Class 20. Back over in the Red Angus Ring, we have the results of that last division, both coming out of Class 22. Congratulations, your champion will go to Tucker Byer of Ringo, Wisconsin, with TC Fancy 09J, and reserve champion in that division. Congratulations to Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma, with WLTR Scarlet 4JET. We're now going to bring in Class 26. These will be winter yearling heifers.
These heifers will stay just how they're lined up. I like the freshness and how bold sprung this class winner is. Really got some shape to her in her ribs. She's a deep-sided female. It's well presented. Good on her feet and legs. Got a good foot underneath of her. Bigger footed and more square and true than the heifer here in second. I like a lot of things about this heifer, though. She's very feminine up through that front end, really long and extended. Maybe doesn't have quite the depth of flank nor the bone, but I'd like to change her off of her hind feet just a little bit. But she's enough fresher and enough freer when you get her going. Go ahead and beat this heifer here in third. This heifer matches our class winner quite a bit in terms of depth of body. Just like to tone her up in terms of her composition. Loosen her up when you ask her to move as well.
Well, congratulations in the Angus ring, Class 20 first place. We'll go to Alexis Coling of Bowling Green, Missouri with Mayor LK Forever Lady 1157. Second place in that class, and congratulations will go to Jelani King of Wacomas, Oklahoma. And third place in that class, congratulations to Cody Heath of Piedmont, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in Class 21 here in your Junior Angus ring.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, this is kind of what it's all about. We've got some pairs out here and in production. The one I'm going to start with, the first heifer calf pair here, she kind of comes to the top fairly handedly for me. The cow, she's moderate frame, she's smooth made, she's adequate foot and bone. I like her teat structure, she's square uddered, she's got some body and some balance and some eye appeal about her. You know, she's not the stoutest thing, but I don't think she's really over-conditioned at all. Just a really good, productive first calf heifer here. Got a stout little square-made bull calf on her side. Just a really eye-appealing little thing. Just an easy way to start this class. Just a high-quality pair. Young man's pair that comes in second maybe just gives up some look and eye appeal compared on the cow. The cow wants to get a little outside herself when you put her in motion. I'd sure like to shorten up her teat design. She gets a little long teated for me, wants to get a little elevated in her spine and maybe pinched in her forerib. But she's in production. She's got a square-made little bull calf. She's doing the right things, and she's in the right productive age as far as that. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class, and that's kind of probably why she goes third for me, is just she's given up that productive level. She looks pretty far along yet to have a calf. Heifer I'd sure like to see a little bit udder development, maybe a little sloppier there from behind. Heifer has got a tremendous amount of shape and muscle. She gets a little rounder and quicker through her hip, maybe gives up some bone and foot compared to them other cows. Awful nice trio of heifers. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring, Class 26, winner yearling heifers, first place. And congratulations will go to Rhett Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma, with DDAD Carmelo. Second place in that class, and congratulations will go to Truett Tolar of Perkins, Oklahoma. And third place exhibited by Jackson Staggs of Wayne, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in your final class here in your Red Angus show. This will be Class 27, senior yearling heifers. We would like to remind our Red Angus exhibitors that after the selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion females, we are going to take a photo backdrop break before starting our percentage show.
Well, another nice set of pairs over here in the Red Angus side. The female I started off just kind of comes to the top for me fairly handedly. Probably has the most balance and eye appeal and presence. She's really good in her udder quality. She's got just a little bit of tilt to it, but it doesn't concern me. She's in her working clothes. She's fresh in her overall makeup. She's good boned and good footed. Really elegant up through that front end. She's got a fancy little heifer calf on her side with a pretty bright future upon her. Just a nice way to start this class. Young man's pair that comes in next. The cow's a little bit plainer in her overall makeup, probably a little heavier constructed as far as bone and foot compared to the cow that I use. She gets a little flatter in terms of muscle shape, maybe just kind of ducks or pins ever so slightly. I'd kind of like to bring her down in her hook bones, let her ease in that top. But she is in production. She's doing a good job. She's got a nice heifer calf on her side with some growth and some look to them. Just two nice pairs in this class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring. Class 27, first place, exhibited by Dade DeLozier of Adair, Oklahoma, with Man Miss Mimi RB050. And second place in that class, and congratulations to Jacob Bell of Friendship, Tennessee. We'll now bring in those first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve here in your senior female division.
Well, not a lot of numbers over here in this senior yearling cow-calf division, but I think we got some quality out here. The young man's heifer or pair that won that first class, just a really genuine female. She's really smooth in her lines. She's good uddered. She's adequate bone and footage. She's got a lot of flex, eye appeal, and balance. Her bull calf on his side's a stout, square-made little thing. I think is going to have a bright future. Just an awfully high-quality female. The young man's pair that wins that second class, heifer that maybe just gets up a little in her top when you put her in motion. She wants to get a little washed away in her forerib, maybe just pulled down behind her blades. Got a little tilt to her udder, adequate foot and bone. She's sound moving, got a little fancy heifer calf on her side. I'm going to take another look and get you a champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring, your senior champion female. Coming out of class 26, congratulations to Rhett Tripp of Nardin, Oklahoma, with DDAD Carmelo. And congratulations in the Red Angus ring, your reserve in that division. Coming out of class 27, congratulations to Dade DeLozier of Adair, Oklahoma, with Man Miss Mimi RB050. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as we get our ring cleared over here in Arena 2, we're going to bring in all those division champion and reserves here in your National Red Angus show here at the Cattlemen's Congress. We'd like to say a big thank you to our judge today, Mr. Craig Sand.
A tremendously high quality class, a lot of give and take throughout. The heifer that wins the class, I think, does so for a lot of reasons. I think she's better in her hip than she appears. It'd be nice if that tail head was down just a little bit, but when you kind of put it into place, I think she balances out awfully nice. This is a good heifer with probably as much to her as any in the class. She's a sound in the class, a lot of substance and depth of rib, just a very, very high quality type of heifer. I love the composition in numbers 2 and 3. This heifer, when she first come in, I didn't think she'd find herself this high. This heifer, for as lean as she is very sound on her feet and legs. She's very deep-bodied for her composition. I love the rig she's in. She's really square hip, too. When you get behind her, she's a wide-pinned heifer, and it carries down fine, maybe a little bit high in that twist. But I think this is a really, really good kind of a female. She's just enough deeper and enough more fluent over this heifer in third. Probably as fresh a heifer as there is in the class. And this heifer, I was a little hard on her in the beginning, but when he puts her back into motion, I like how well she glides, and I like it over her top and back through her hip, and her freshness of design. There probably just isn't quite enough of this heifer to get any higher. There's not enough of her to be first today with the heifer that won the class. This is an awfully good heifer, and probably not as relaxed in her movement as the heifer in second, but a very good kind of heifer. But I think the biggest thing for me is why she finds herself on this end of the class instead of the other is her freshness and composition. Heifer here in fourth, I love on the standstill. She's a big, powerful heifer. She does not move good enough of her hind legs today to get any higher. With that, she kind of wants to crank that tail head up and waller out of her front end just a little bit. This heifer here, I'd like to tone her down just in terms of her composition. It's starting to affect her front end just a little bit. You can't even really tell her lines in her shoulder. She's excellent presented and fresh-haired, but I think she just kind of doesn't have enough shape to her, and I'd like to rock her back in her shoulder a little bit, but mostly just tone her up in terms of her composition. This heifer's awfully good. She's just a little more frail than some of the heifers ahead of her. Doesn't have the substance to her, not as deep in her twist, not as massive. You could rival her to work up to the heifers like a 2 or 3, but at the same time, I'm not sure she has as much quality as those two heifers do. The heifer here that follows her is really a Cowie-made female. She's got some depth to her. She's leaner than you think from the outside. A really commendable job feeding this heifer. I think she's awfully good. I'd sure like to widen her up and through her tail head and her pin set, and she'd find herself higher. Another very good kind of a heifer. Just doesn't want to get out and go with some of the other heifers today. Not as fluent in her stride. Excellent shape to this heifer. Deep-sided, very wide pin, a good kind of a heifer. A little more of a clubby type probably here the young lady has. Really good. I'd like to see just a little more true sweep and dimension in that rib. I think she's a heifer that's thick enough up high, and there's a tremendous amount of good. Not as fluent and probably not as relaxed in her hock as what I'd like to see, but another really good kind of a female. Heifer here that follows her is just a little rounder in her shoulder. She's a little bit tighter flanked. She's a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of length, got a lot of muscle over her top as well. The heifer that follows her, a little bit straighter in that front end, a little bit more stale up through that front end as well. Along with that, she doesn't step down on as much bone as the heifers ahead of her. Young man's got an excellent heifer here that's sure got a lot of good in her. She's very fresh in terms of her composition. I admire that. When you get off of this heifer, she's too straight-fronted relative to the class, and she doesn't have enough depth in her forerib or back through her flank, but a very good kind of a heifer. We conclude with a really, really stout heifer. I don't think she can handle herself up much higher in terms of femininity relative to the class. The heifer's dang sure got her place because she'll breed a lot of bone and a lot of shape to one, just like to make her more feminine.
Well, congratulations over here in your junior Angus ring. Results of Class 21, first place went to Checker Hill Sarah's Dream 180, exhibited by Cohen Novinsky of Easton, Kansas. Second place in that class was exhibited by Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma, with EXAR Princess 1890. At this time in Ring 1, we're bringing in all of your firsts and seconds, and our judge, Mr. Jason Hoffman, is going to select Division 1 here in your Senior Heifer Calf Division. Back over in the Red Angus ring, we have all of our grand division winners and reserves. If we can put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, in the stands and standing back in our holding area, let's congratulate these exhibitors. At this time, it is also my pleasure to introduce to you your Herdsman of the Year here in the Red Angus Association, Mr. Colby Lind. If you can join us in the arena here at Jim Norick up at the announcer stand. Congratulations to Colby. Colby operates TLC Livestock Services with his wife Tracy and 3 kids, Tate, Channing, and Laramie, in Rushford, Minnesota. Colby has been the high school industrial arts teacher and FFA advisor for Rushford Peterson Schools for 12 years. His passion for the Red Angus breed started with a purchase in 2008 that was the foundation of their herd. From there, they continued to purchase and raise heifers to increase their herd inventory of approximately 25 cows, focusing on quality show cattle as well as cattle that produce at home. Colby was successful on the 2008 Minnesota livestock judging team. He continues to use those skills and judges all over the United States. Colby's proudest accomplishment is raising TLC Alanya 329, winning championship honors at Louisville, Denver, Fort Worth, and the Canadian Agribition. Colby's enjoyment not only comes from producing cattle for his herd and family, but also working with others so they can have the same success. Outside of the industry, he is very involved with the National Wild Turkey Federation, the local county superintendent, and very involved as a 4-H mentor. He coaches trap shooting and is very involved in his church. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate Mr. Colby Lind of TLC Livestock Services on his accomplishment here in the Red Angus Association. Also, before we turn the mic over to our judge, can we please put your hands together for our judge today, Mr. Craig Sand of Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Well, it's been an honor and a privilege out here to sort your National Red Angus show. I'm really pleased with what I have out here. I think in terms of structure and body and muscle and skeleton, I'm very pleased with what we have. You guys ought to hang your hats as far as producers and breeders and exhibitors, the quality of cattle you've had all day. It's been an honor and a privilege. I'd like to just say thank you to the Red Angus Board and the Cattlemen's Congress for having me. Like I've never thought I'd kind of be down in this arena judging this, but like I say, it's an honor and a privilege. I'm super pleased with what I have out here. I thank the crew in the back. I've got junior kids showing across the ring under Jason today, and I'm happy with my family, my crew, everybody. I can't thank you enough for helping me out, giving me the opportunity to do this. With that being said, I'm going to go out and get you a champion in reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. It's been an honor and a privilege, and I thank you.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Red Angus female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations, Morley Griffith, Shawnee, Oklahoma, with MHG Barcelona 107J. Before our judge selects his reserve champion, we would like to tell you your premier breeder and exhibitor, a big congratulations, TC Reds of Ringgold, Wisconsin. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion Red Angus female. Congratulations, Tucker Meyer, Ringgold, Wisconsin, TC Fancy 09J. Again, congratulations to all of our Red Angus exhibitors. We are going to break for pictures before we return back with our percentage Red Angus show.
Really nice division over here. I'm going to keep these two heifers together out of the last class. I like this heifer a whole lot. She's ready today, but I don't think you can take that away from her because she is so good and so high quality. Like I said, maybe like to lay that tail head down just a little bit, but I don't know if that's necessarily bone or more hair. The heifer here that'll be reserved to her, I love a lot in terms of her composition. I mean a whole lot, but I think you punish this heifer that beats her because of that, because she too is so correct everywhere, probably even a little bit better footed, but there's more mass, more shape, more forerib to this heifer that'll win. Love the condition and composition of this heifer. She's extremely sharp up through that front end, perfect and designed to her belly. She's really square hipped as well. Just two phenomenal heifers, and the two heifers up here in front of them out of the first class are just about as high quality. Maybe not the overall look and attractiveness of these two heifers that'll win the division, but very, very nice division the whole way through.
Well, back over in your junior Angus ring, champion out of your senior heifer calf division 1. Congratulations goes to Cohen Novinsky of Easton, Kansas, with Checker Hill Sarah's Dream 180. Coming out of the same class, your reserve in that division, congratulations, Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma, with EXAR Princess 1890. I know that we've just cleared the arena quite a bit from our Red Angus show, but we would like to let you all know that your Supreme Overall Female this year will win a one-year lease on this Ford pickup truck right next to the announcer booth. So again, that's your Supreme Open Female is going to win a one-year lease on the Ford pickup truck. Your Supreme Champion Bull will be winning a year's lease on one of the Gators to the other side of our announcer booth. And your Supreme Champion Junior is going to win a $2,500 scholarship. Well, attention to our Angus exhibitors. We'd like to invite you to join us for the 150 years of Angus celebration. Tomorrow, the event will be held on site at the Cattleman's Bar. Doors open at 4:30 p.m. No RSVP or ticket required to enter. Just come as you are. We invite you for an evening of fellowship and an auction to benefit the Angus Foundation and the announcement of our 2023 Herdsman of the Year. Appetizers and a cash bar will be available. Stop by the Angus booth in the meantime to find out more information about the auction lots. We hope to see you there. Again, that's tomorrow evening. Doors open at 4:30 in the Cattleman's Bar.
Really a good class. I hate to start talking about the second place heifer first. When she walked in, I thought this was one of the better heifers we've seen all day, and I sure like a lot of things about her. Phenomenal presentation. The problem, young man, is I can't live with her hind feet. She's awesome other than that. And this heifer here, you can't take anything away from her because she has look to her. She has a tremendous amount of body to her. She's got a lot of depth to her, but she excels in terms of structure and foot and size. Big old round feet underneath of her. This is a really good heifer. And you want to label her in some ways, maybe not as showy as this heifer in second, because this is an elite show heifer here. But this heifer is really striking when you stop and study her. With that, she's so good and true in her rib shape. She's the right size. She's good from her hooks to her pins. Just a very good heifer with added look and freshness. Like I say, I love this heifer here. And when she come around the corner when they were first coming in, I thought, man alive, this is a great one. But I need to fix those hind feet to get her any higher because she'd definitely be a contender throughout the day, I'm sure. This heifer here in third's a lot like our class winner. Not as much lower depth to her quarter. Wants to taper in and funnel in there a little bit, but I love this cow look. She's very square on her feet, and she's just a very fundamental heifer, or she's a very fundamentally sound heifer. She's got a tremendous amount of depth, and she really carries that back through her flank, good in her hip, and just enough more performance and mass to her to go ahead and beat this heifer here that follows her. This heifer here is probably a little bit typier. She wants to labor out of that front end a little bit, like to rock her back in her shoulder, like to tone her up in terms of her composition and make her freer moving, but really well presented, fresh-haired, very nice type of a heifer. She's a little taller fronted than this heifer that follows her. Along with that, this heifer is just a little bit more tubular in her forerib. She is a wide-pinned heifer. It's dang sure got some stifle and some muscle to her. A couple little things. This heifer would find herself a lot higher in the class. This heifer gets around just a little bit more awkward, if you will, compared to some of the heifers ahead of her. She doesn't want to glide. She's not as relaxed in that shoulder, and she's a little straighter and maybe a little bit more base narrow when you get behind her. Those legs kind of want to come out of the same hole. If you could pull her apart there and square her up, she'd get higher, no doubt. Really a clubby made heifer and beautiful presentation, awesome hair, this heifer here. Really typey and complete. Probably just a little on the cute side for me to get much higher. Young lady does an awesome job showing her. This is a really neat heifer that could go on to raise a lot. The heifer that follows her just kind of tapers back into that flank. She's a little bit, I guess, shallower in her forerib. She's a little bit rounder in her chine, in her midsection there, and wants to get just a little bit straighter, but she's really long. She's a very fresh heifer. I like her in terms of her composition. Heifer that follows her is awfully good, and you can rival to get this heifer higher. There's just enough of her. Maybe put a little bit more bone underneath of her and get her going just a little bit freer. She's got the right set to her hock. It just doesn't line up quite as good when you get her going. When you get off of her, I'd like to body her down and improve her in her forerib there as well. The young lady that follows her has got a sure enough nice heifer. Very cowy, maybe a little too plain fronted. Maybe a little too low-headed to get any higher in the class, but she's really bold-sprung. She's wide back through her pins, and she, too, is an excellent breeding piece. A very good, well-constructed heifer here. Just falls short on enough performance to get any higher in the class the young man has here. You can go on and breed cattle like this all day long and improve them in a lot of ways because you can always make one bigger, and that's all this heifer lacks right now.
Well, congratulations over here in the Angus ring. Results of Class 22. First place and congratulations goes to Mia Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. with EXAR Envious Blackbird 1837. Second place went to Seldom Rest Pinup Gal 1221, exhibited by Houston Faree of Sullivan, Indiana. Third place in that class, and congratulations will go to Jay Paxton of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, with CNC Winnie 1223. Fourth place was exhibited by Peggy Matthews of Fredericktown, Missouri. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Ben Selmeyer. Sixth place, and congratulations will go to Clara Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa. Seventh place in that class, and congratulations going to Connolly Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Eighth place, exhibited by Emily Kiesweiter of Farmington, Illinois. Ninth place in that class, exhibited by Alexandra Duckworth of Greenville, Tennessee. 10th place, exhibited by Katie Dowdy of Laredo, Texas. And 11th, congratulations to Kent Tripp. Now in the ring is Class 23. Well, over here in ring 2, we are about ready to get started with your percentage Red Angus show. We'll be looking to get started with Class 30 May Heifer Calves.
For as deep and the ups and downs and the high quality heifers and the high quality heifers that didn't get up to the front half of this class, I do think there's one heifer that sets herself apart, and that'll be the young man's heifer right here. Just fundamentally, she puts the most good up. She's the soundest on her feet and legs. I like the balance of this heifer. I like the eye appeal in her. I like the freshness and the design of this heifer as well. Just a very, very solid individual. The heifer here in second just keeps working her way up. You can't find any big holes in her, and I don't want to look for the holes. I want to look for the good in these cattle. But she puts the most good up relative to what's left in the class. She's good up through that front end. She could maybe be a little bit taller at the point of her shoulder. I think that would balance her out quite well. I like her composition. I like how she is in her midrib, and I like how she is back through her hip. Moves good. She's a good-footed heifer as well. Big, powerful, massive made brood cow here. She wants to be just a little bit more restricted off of those hind two as well. I love this heifer when you get off the side of her. I love the capacity in this heifer and how bold sprung she is, and she's still got something to her. Maybe she's not as attractive as a couple of heifers in this class, but you can live with her look because she's got so much more power. If you could limber her up just a little bit, she'd find herself higher. Same with the heifer that gets beat by, or that she beats here in fourth. This heifer's just a little bit shorter and a little bit more compact than the heifers ahead of her. She's got a little bit more on her than what you'd think in terms of composition as well. On the standstill, I love her a whole bunch. She won't just get out and go and glide like our 1 and 2 heifers will. The heifer here that follows her, the presentation's excellent. She's a little bit higher twisted, a little bit flatter than some of those other heifers. Wants to pick that tail head up. I don't think she's got quite as much shape over her top. And then her forerib is those heifers just a little bit straighter through her shoulder. A big, attractive heifer, excellent presentation and hair quality. Very nice heifer to be in a place like this. Super tough class. I like this young man's heifer a lot. She gets a little bit more coarse up in that front end, a little bit more restricting in her movement. If you're going to be restricted, probably need to have just a shot more muscle than what this heifer has. On the standstill, I like her a whole bunch. Just like to loosen her up and see her fill her track. The heifer that follows her, just a little bit flatter throughout. I think she's a narrower chested heifer. She's a little bit flatter in that quarter. I'd like to pull her apart starting up front, and when you get behind her, I'd dang sure like to pull her apart and put more stifle in her, a little bit more narrow constructed as you watch her go. Same with the heifer that follows her, show heifer deluxe here. I like a whole lot of things about her. I probably like her the most in her midsection. I'd like to change her through her hip. I'd dang sure like to give her more lower quarter, deepen her down into that twist as well, and just pull her apart. She's a narrower gauged heifer. She's dang sure got some pieces, because the biggest thing you need to do is pull her apart, and there'll be bulls to do that, because she'll add a lot of really fine features as well. This heifer that follows her has got a lot of shape, a tremendous amount of depth of rib, and a lot of hip. She's like a heifer about 3 places ahead of her. I'd just like to make her a little bit more attractive, a little bit taller fronted, and I think she could find herself higher. She's a little bit quicker and a little more compact type of a heifer. We get into a real powerful heifer. I'd just like to rock this heifer back in her shoulder and give her more forerib. She's got a little more in terms of her composition. It's deceiving because she isn't as fluffy haired, I guess, as some of them, but she's got plenty through her pones and almost to the point of getting just a hair stale. But she's a very good kind of a heifer. I think a power cow like that can dang sure make bulls too. We get into some heifers, just don't have as much to them in terms of balance. This young lady's heifer's awfully nice. She's a little too tight in that forerib for me. When you get off of her, she's just a little bit more shallow in her midsection, and the heifer's ahead of her. Young man, you got a really nice, good, complete heifer. To be this far down, she's awfully good. She's just a little too quick pattern and wants to kind of splay out on those front two when you have her standing there. I'd like to pull her apart just a little bit and lengthen her out, jack her front end up, but I really admire that heifer for all the capacity and body she's got. This heifer here needs a shot more bone. It needs pulled apart up in that chest floor. She gets a little tight in her forerib, kind of wants to duck down into her quarter. Pound for pound, probably as good a showman as we've had out here yet today, this young lady. Your heifer's presented excellent as well. She's just not really my type. I'd like to maybe just give her a little bit more future and she'd find herself higher, but an excellent showman to wrap up this class.
Well, over here on the Red Angus side, starting this % Red Angus show, the young lady's heifer, the yellow heifer that comes to the top, just the combination heifer of the trio. The heifer that's probably the boldest sprung, has the most shape down her top and into her quarter. She does want to get a little tight there around her hook bones and maybe her loin edge when you put her in motion. She's got good flex down at the ground. She's got some foot size and some bone and some flexibility. Real fresh in her overall composition through that front 1/3. Just a nice female to start with. Young lady's heifer that comes in second probably gives up some body and some power when you study her from behind and in the side. Probably the soundest heifer in the class, probably the best footed, and probably has the best angles as far as when she gets out and strides and structure. But with that being said, she's probably the lightest muscled heifer in the class. She does have the most length of spine. I just like to soften her up and see a little bit more to that heifer. Young man's heifer that rounds out this trio of heifers, a heifer that's a little bit muscle pattern, the same as the heifer that wins the class. She's really stout when you study her from behind, square built. She's good in her body composition. She just needs to have a little bit more bone. She gets pretty opened up in the bottom of her chest floor and wants to paddle off her front too. I'd like to see her go with a little more ease and comfort. Congratulations, nice trio of heifers.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Angus ring, we are going into Division 2 here in your senior heifer calf division. We would like to congratulate from Class 23. First place was exhibited by Ty Cullum of Perkins, Oklahoma, with Connolly DT Georgina, 1076. And second place in that class, and congratulations to Callie Judy Jensen, Plainfield, Iowa, with PVF Missy 1139. Back over in the Red Angus ring, we have just begun our percentage show. Congratulations in our May Heifer Calf class, first place exhibited by Grace Harrington of Nottawa, Oklahoma, with HCDF Butterscotch 219K. Second place, and congratulations, Jillian Sherman of Sharon, Oklahoma. And third place exhibited by Jackson Staggs of Wayne, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is class 31, April Heifer Calves.
Oh, we've got a single entry over here. Heifer that's a really soggy built, robust rib cage heifer. Heifer that's got some meat and muscle. She wants to get a little quick and maybe a little rounder through her hip design. And you put her in motion. She wants to get a little outside her skeleton from behind. Heifer that's got a little extra condition for me today. But boy, you can't take away the power and the sogginess she has. I think that it'll go out and make this young man a nice cow down the road. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our percentage Red Angus ring. First place in class 31 will go to 4 Brat 158K Angel, exhibited by YA Coffee of Pawnee, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, we'll bring in your final class here in our spring Heifer Calf division. This will be class 32 March Heifer Calves.
These two class winners really complement each other, I think, just in type and design, and I like their size. It's appropriate for their age. I like their depth of body. I like their cowiness. I like how they get around the ring. One heifer's just got more look, and she's got more presence, and she just suits me better, and that's this young man's back here. You'll be division champion. We're going to go with the young lady up here that wins the first class for reserve. Really like her type and kind. All that capacity and depth of body and sound when you ask her to go. So many neat pieces. Doesn't have the overall look and just design and type of our division champion, but two phenomenal heifers.
Well, congratulations in your senior heifer calf division 2 champion, and congratulations to Ty Collum of Perkins, Oklahoma, with Connolly DT Georgina 1076. In reserve in that division, we'll go to EXAR Envious Blackbird 1837, exhibited by Mia Allison of Yukon, Oklahoma. Now in the Angus ring, we'll bring in class 24 here in your next division.
Really an excellent single entry here. This heifer puts a lot together. She's got enough look to her. She's got an extremely good rib cage in her, really big and square out to her pins. She's a good-footed female. When you ask her to go, I think she's plenty good there as well. Could have stood a lot more competition.
Well, congratulations, class 24, first place. We'll go to YFFCF Blackbird 2150. Congratulations to Cody Robert York of Palestine, Illinois. We're now going to bring in class 25 here in your next division. We'll be looking for 2 entries in this class.
Hell, over here on the Red Angus side, this young lady's heifer I'm going to use this class. She kind of come to the top fairly handedly for me. Just a bold sprung, stout made female. I really like the angle to her pastern and hock off her rear end. She wants to get just a little up in her spine when you put her in motion. I'd maybe like to rock her knee back, but boy, she balances up. She's good in her forerib. I like the way her shoulder lays into her. Her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. Just an easy class winner for me. Young man's dark red heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's really a stout made female. She's a little quicker in her hip design. She's good bone, she's good footed, she gets around the ring. She's just a little more short coupled, a little shorter bodied, maybe gets a little jammed up in that front 1/3 compared to that heifer that exceeds her. Probably like to pull her down in the center portion of her body, but a heifer that's got some flexibility, some foot, some bone, and some muscle shape when you study her from behind. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's a little bit longer, taller, needs to soften up just ever so slightly. A heifer that's got some shape down her top and in the top part of her hip and her quarter. I'd like to put her on a little heavier bone and maybe a little bigger foot and change her foot design, maybe just soften her up in the center portion of her body. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class, just a little bit harder doing heifer, if you will. She needs a shot of body for me. Maybe just needs a little bit more muscle shape when you study her from behind. She's big-footed and big bone and got some flexibility about her. I'd just like to see more of her. Congratulations, nice top calf on the top side.
Well, congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring. Results of Class 32 here in your percentage show. First place and congratulations will go to Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by Tuff Davis of Wheeler, Texas. Third place and congratulations, Amanda Purvis. And fourth place went to Peyton Arts. We'll now bring those firsts and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserve here in your first division.
Going to use the young man's heifer here. Boy, she grows on you, and you got to give her the benefit of the doubt. When she moves, she's just a little bit lower fronted, but I don't think you can put her in a hole because of that. She is so fresh, and she's better up through that front end. Laid in neater at the point of her shoulder. Got as much sweep to her rib as the young ladies, but I think along with that, she's a fresher design female. It's exceptionally long spine, got some shape to her, just more attractive too. I like the capacity of this heifer here in second a whole lot. She's really a deep-bodied heifer, got a lot to her. Not as fresh in terms of composition, very massive though, but I don't think she's as sharp up through that front end. Doesn't handle the back 2/3 of her body as well either when you ask them to go, but two extremely, extremely high-quality heifers.
Well, congratulations in the Angus ring. Class 25 first place was exhibited by Jake Gallus in Yukon, Oklahoma, with EXAR Frontier Gal 1739. In second place, congratulations, Ava Hendrickson. Next class in the ring is Class 26.
Well, over here in the percent Red Angus side, we've got three nice class winners out here. We don't have a lot of numbers in this division, but I do think there's some quality. The young lady's butterscotch colored heifer that wins the first class, just really cool in terms of front end. She's really up-headed, long neck, cool-headed. She's got some bone and some foot and some flexibility. I'd like to maybe just pull her down in her hook bones, And she gets a little rigid when you put her in motion up in her spine and through her hip. She is bold sprung and stout made when you study her. She's got some really neat pieces about her. The young man single entry that wins that second class, just a soggy old cow. She's just a big bodied, rugged old thing. She maybe gives up some bone and some foot compared to them two on either end of her. She gets a little plainer. She's a little heavier condition compared to the two on either end of her, but you sure got to appreciate the softness and the amount of muscle shape down her top and into her quarter that this heifer possesses. The young lady's heifer that wins that third class, the red heifer, just really fresh up through that front 1/3. She's good in the center portion of her body. She too, like the one that wins the first class, I'd like to maybe ease her down in her spine just a little bit, but boy, she can get out and go. Her angles are right to her feet and legs. Just a lot of neat pieces. She's going to be your champion in this division. I'm going to take another look and get you a reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your spring heifer calf champion coming out of class 32. Congratulations, Camden Filippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma.
Nice division or nice class here, Angus heifers. We'll use this young man's here. She's just so much more cowy. She's deeper bodied, she's more functional. It looks like she's quite a ways along in terms of calf too. I like how her udder is developing. Just a really good female. I think the biggest thing though is depth of body and foot quality over this heifer here in second. This heifer here is just a little bit more tubular. She's a highly presented heifer. She doesn't have the overall depth of body or depth of flank as our class winner, but really a phenomenal heifer to look at. Both these heifers are good on the move as well.
Well, congratulations over in the Angus ring. First place in class 26 goes to WB Princess 122. Congratulations to Burton Halsey of Hannibal, Missouri. And second place, congratulations to Briley Roberts. We'll now bring in class 27 over here in the Angus ring. And congratulations, your reserve division coming out of class 31. Congratulations to Wyatt Coffee of Pawnee, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in class 33 February heifer calves.
Just a really nice single entry over here on the percent Red Angus side. Heifer that's got a really neat look from the side. She's big bone, she's square footed. Heifer just needs to really relax when you put her in motion in her spine. Heifer sure does have some shape when you study her, some width, some pin width. She's really an up-headed, elegant up through her front 1/3. Heifer has got some really unique pieces about her. I'd sure like to see her back out here.
Well, congratulations in the Red Angus ring, your junior heifer calf champion coming out of class 33, KHP Annie, exhibited by Colin McIntyre of Bolivia, Missouri. We're now going to bring in our next class over here in our percentage Red Angus show. That'll be class 34, late summer yearling heifers.
Another interesting single entry over here. Heifer that's really bold sprung in her center portion of her body. Heifer maybe just gets a little rigid and steep on both ends of her skeleton. She does have some shape down her top. I'd sure like she kind of tapers off and gets a little washed away and flatter in her terms of her center quarter down through her stifle. I'd maybe just like to give her a little more comfort when you put her in motion, but a heifer that's got some unique pieces. Congratulations.
And congratulations over here in the Red Angus ring. Results of Class 34. First place to Wyatt Delaney of Stroud, Oklahoma with TLBT Rosie 160J. We'll now bring in Class 35. After this class, we'll be selecting your champion reserve here in your intermediate division.
Another single entry over here. Oh, a heifer that's really up-headed and has some presence about her. She's got some bone. I'd maybe like to shorten up her foot design just ever so slightly. She gets a little long-toed for me. Heifer that maybe just gets a little flatter in her rear rib cage down in through her twist and flank, but she is a bold sprung thing as far as her hip. She's stout made and square. Maybe just like to pull her tail head down into her a little bit. The heifer that's got some interesting pieces. I'd sure like to get all these single entries back out here. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 35 over here in the Red Angus ring. First place will go to Jillian Sherman of Sharon, Oklahoma with JMSC Bougie. We'll now bring in those first placings, and our judge will select his champion reserve in this division.
Well, not very many numbers over here in the percent Red Angus in this division. The young man's heifer, like she was a single entry. Like I said, she's bold sprung. She's good in the center portion of her cavity. Heifer that just gets a little steep on both ends of her skeleton for me. She is good bone and has right foot shape. I just like to rock her back in that knee and give her a little more slope from that shoulder to the ground. She gets a little welded on her rear too when you put her in motion, but a heifer that's got some softness about her and some doability about her. Young lady's butterscotch heifer that wins that second class. A heifer, like I said in class just a minute ago, just good bone. She's just a little long-toed for me. She's big up high. She gets a little walkway and flatter maybe in her hip shape. She gets a little tight maybe in her rear rib cage there. She's really up-headed and has a lot of presence about her. Maybe just like to pull her tail head down into her ever so slightly. She's going to be your champion. Man's red heifer is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the percentage Red Angus show. Your champion intermediate heifer going to Jillian Sherman of Sharon, Oklahoma with JMSC Bougie. And reserve in that division will go to back number 50924, TLBT Rosie 160J. Congratulations to Wyatt Delaney of Stroud, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, we'll bring in Class 36. This will be April Spring Yearling Females. We have a correction over here in our Red Angus ring. Our Class 36 was a scratch. Currently in the ring is Class 37. These are March Spring Yearling heifers.
Nice pair of heifers here, and this class winner, the longer you're out here, the easier she wins in my mind. Very typey and youthful for a spring bred heifer. I know these are Mays, and she could even be a little bit further along in calf to be just right, but I think this is a phenomenally good female. I like her type and design. She reminds me of a really good heifer calf. She's laid in good, point of that shoulder, her neck comes out good. She's really got some shape over her top. She's square hipped. When you get behind her, there's something there, and she moves as good as any heifer in the class. With that, she's got a pretty darn good foot underneath of her. The heifer here in second's a lot the same, not as big-footed. This heifer's just so functional, I think she needs to be where she's at. She's got some base width to her. She's good on the go. She too's an up-headed heifer that's laid in neat enough at the point of her shoulder. Just love the cowiness of this female and how she's designed. She's a long-hipped heifer relative to her size. When she goes, I think it helps her when she'll relax, like the other qualities she possesses. But she's just so much wider base than this heifer here in third. This heifer is just a little bit narrower gauge for me. She's a little bit too soft on her hind pasterns, but I think she's a heifer that's presented to the nines. I love a lot of things about this heifer, primarily when she's on the standstill, because she's so easy to look at. She too is a really deep-bodied female, excellent space to her teats. She's a very good female. I just like to pull her apart, especially underneath. The heifer here in fourth, another really, really, really good heifer. She's fresh in her design, kind of like 1 and 2. She's just a little bit tighter in her spine and won't get out and go like those heifers, and it kind of catches up with her underneath as well. But that's a good heifer. She's got some shape to her and a lot of good to her. Young man's got another phenomenal heifer to be this low in a class like this. A lot of times you get out of those calf divisions and you're almost disappointed when you get into the yearlings. I wouldn't say that's the case here because these heifers have so much function to them. That heifer's really long and extended, got some width to her, got a little bit of stifle in her. She's just a little bit more restricted out of that front third than the heifers ahead of her, as well as this heifer here. She doesn't have the overall depth to her, doesn't have a sweep to that rib, and probably just doesn't have as much mass to her midsection as a lot of the heifers ahead of her as well. Very typey and easy to look at. Your heifer is too, young lady. She takes a long old stride out of that front end. She doesn't have the bone or the hip of some of those heifers, but she's a really long and extended heifer I sure like a lot of things about. Young lady that concludes the class got a really good functional type of heifer. Love her in terms of her depth of body. She's ample in terms of her muzzle. Just doesn't have the style and pizzazz as some of the heifers ahead of her.
Well, over here on the percent red Angus side, I'm going to leave them how they came in. The young man's cherry red heifer here, just a really eye-appealing heifer. She's really good in the center portion of her body. She's good in her spine. I love the way her hip comes out, long and square. She's good bone. She's got some foot shape to her. If you want to get nitpicking, you could rock her back on her knee just ever so slightly. She gets a little steep maybe from the point of her shoulder to the ground. Awfully a fresh made, high quality individual to start with. The young man's butterscotch heifer coming in next. Heifer that's really good feet and legs, has a ton of flexibility about her. With that being said, she just doesn't have the hip and the power and the spine that the heifer that exceeds her does. She's carrying a little extra condition today through her chest, up through her neck and muzzle, but a heifer that's really bold in the center portion of her body. I'd just like to pull her apart and have a little more muscle shape. Well, two high quality heifers, congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in our percentage Red Angus ring. Your senior intermediate champion goes to back number 50921. Congratulations, Trevor Hale with Bramlett Sensation J125. And second place in reserve in that division will go to Carson Hogue of Purcell, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in those firsts and seconds in our divisions. Our judge is going to select his grand and reserve grand champion percentage female. Back over in the Angus ring, we are going into our next division here, your intermediate heifer division. Results of class 27, first place and congratulations goes to Dakota Allen of Ottawa, Kansas with MLA Proven Queen 2156. Second place in that class was exhibited by Casey Lee Meyer of Blue Hill, Nebraska with DPL Sandy 1579. Third place exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Fourth place went to Bowen Bridges of Edmond, Oklahoma. Fifth place was exhibited by Landon Walker Marshall of Wares Cave, Virginia. Sixth place in that class exhibited by Maddie Dean. Seventh place went to Brianna Leanne Bartlow. And eighth place in that class, and congratulations goes to McCamey Jean. Again, in ring one, we are now selecting your champion reserve in our intermediate division.
Well, over here on the percent red Angus side, we haven't had a lot of numbers, but I think we've got some quality out here. You know, and like I said there in the end of the Red Angus, the National Red Angus show, I mean, it's been an honor and a privilege to be down here, and I can't thank my crew and my family enough for allowing me to do this and have the opportunity to do this. The family I work for, they're showing across the ring under Jason right now, so I've kind of had a pretty good crew to take care where I fall, so I appreciate them. Everything they do. Like I say, it's been an honor and a privilege. I'm going to go out and get you a champion in reserve in this percent Red Angus show. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. It's a nice breed.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion percentage female here in your National Red Angus show comes out of our final division. Congratulations, Trevor Hale and Bramlett Sensation, J125. And congratulations, your reserve champion percentage female coming out of that first division. Congratulations, Camden Flippo of Rush Springs, Oklahoma with J6 Tempest 627K. Congratulations once again to all of our Red Angus exhibitors. Special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Craig Sand.
Really tickled when we get our division back out here. Some phenomenal individuals. I think they all got a lot of good pieces to them. But there's one effort that suits me quite well. I love her youthfulness and her pattern and design structure. Young lady right here in the red sweater, you'll be our champion. And let's pull our second place over to her and we'll take a look for reserve. Congratulations. This young man's heifer right here for reserve. All that function with added eye appeal and presentation of this heifer's phenomenal. When she come in here in class a little bit ago, and that was a tough class, that other heifer she was in with, there was some give and take there. This heifer wants to run downhill just a little bit, but boy, when he puts that head up, she's hard to deny. I love the angle of her shoulder, how she's laid in there. I love the shape to her top and her hip. She's a very logical reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over in our junior Angus ring. Your intermediate champion heifer goes to Dakota Allen of Ottawa, Kansas with MLA Proven Queen 21.